Empower yourself and discover what you can do with your life through hard work, concentration, and research by Sunday Adilaha. A pleasant day to everyone. My respect to our school's division superintendent, Sir Idalberto Oplinaria, our assistant schools division superintendent, Ma'am Rosemary Masesar, our SGOD chief, Ma'am Maria Carmela Ablin, SEPS in Research, Sir Bridget Abalorio. Good day, Division of Lanao del Norte. I am Lady Lawrence Paitan Cabriana of Tubod Central Elementary School. So today we will be discussing the action research framework, which is necessary for us to understand before we can engage in action research. So at the end of the session, you are expected to, number one, describe each stage of the action research framework and explain how each one is related to one another. Number two, enumerate the steps in operationalizing the action research framework. And number three, apply conceptually the 5 stages of the action research framework on a specific problem situation in the classroom. We also have key understandings. In doing action research, researchers must be guided by the principles of excellence, integrity, and openness. The action research cycle, consisting of 5 A steps, helps researchers work through the research process of seeking information and drawing conclusions. Action research can be done by translating identified problems into question form, formulating research hypotheses, collecting, analyzing, and interpreting information related to the question, drawing conclusions from analysis, and using the conclusions to verify or reject the hypothesis. So we will start now. Okay, I hope you're ready. I have here 5 stages. Okay, then let's try to arrange this whether in linear pattern or in a circular pattern. Okay, so let's try to arrange the stages in correct sequence. The first here, act to seek answers. Next is assess situation. Then analyze and reflect, the third one here in the middle. Then acquire information and ask question. So let's try to think what will be the arrangement in correct sequence. What comes first? What will be in the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth? Okay, so I hope we are doing analysis now. What would come first? Okay, then so as we go through our session, our discussion today, so you will know what is the correct arrangement of these stages based on our action research framework. Okay, so I guess you have now your arrangement or your correct sequence. So the action research framework is a conceptual guide in the conduct of action research. So it is our guide so that we can make our own action research. It helps researchers work through the stages of seeking information and drawing conclusions. So this is very much needed for us to start our action research. So here is the action research framework. Now, see if you got the correct arrangement according to the sequence. First is assess the situation. So assess the situation. This is the first stage. So in this stage, this is performed to identify improvement opportunities in the teaching learning process. This involves the examination of student outcomes. We may base this from the achievement test or from the results of the test of our pupils. Then for curriculum, um, in the instructional materials or the content standards. For the instruction, the teaching strategies, and the use of technology or intervention in our teaching style. In the classroom, school climate, student morale, teacher morale, or the relationships between the teachers and the supervisors, and also the parental involvement. So we may base this on the participation of parents in the committees and their attendance at the events or activities in the classroom in our school. So in this stage, we have to look for a problem situation in the school or in our classroom that needs an immediate solution. So based on our experiences in our classroom, in our school, we have a lot of problems, especially this time in our new normal. We will we are experiencing different problems now. So that is a very uh, very great time for us to reflect or think of problems that needs solution. Okay, so that is stage one. Next is okay, assess situation, and next is ask a question. So let's try to ask question. That is stage two. A research question is centered to an action research project as it focuses the study. It determines the methods and guides all stages of inquiry, analysis, and reporting. So when doing the action research, the researcher has to go under the surface of an issue to identify why something is happening in order to generate the research question. So if we can find now the problem, so we have to ask questions. Why is it happening? Why is this specific child, his attitude, his behavior, or the results in the test, their performances? So we have to ask many questions. Okay, we have here sample research questions. What innovative technologies can be used to teach literacy in math? How can they be applied? So these are just some research question sample. Another, the main purpose of this study is to determine the effect of process-oriented guided inquiry learning on students' academic performance. So this is a sample of a research question. Okay, so then we have here number one and number two, this specific questions. Number one, what is the level of performance of the students in the control and experimental groups as measured in the pre-test and post-test results? And number two, is there a significant difference between students exposed to traditional method of instruction and students exposed to guided inquiry instruction? So these are just sample research questions. So we may have different research questions based on our problems, our own problems in our classrooms. Okay, next stage is okay, act to seek answers. So after assessing the situation, we have to ask questions, then act to seek answers. So this is now the stage 3 of our action research framework. Act to seek answers. To be able to provide answers to the research question. So we've formulated questions, then we have to act, and we have to think of the design, our research design, the tests. You have to test the appropriate interventions, with a view of gaining insight to the problem and ultimately solving the problem. Okay, so we have to implement an intervention to address the specific problem that we have. So, for example, um, this one is the problem: difficulty in conceptualizing geometry. So, possible interventions, maybe we can use manipulatives or the interactive game or by the use of models. So these are just some interventions, but we may have another interventions based on our um, our readings, our maybe we could read mga related literatures. So this is just an example. Okay, so this is for stage 3, act to seek answers. Okay, then stage 4. Okay, stage 4 is okay, acquire information. Sorry for that. Acquire information. This is the 4th stage. So after um, act to seek answers, then we are going to acquire information. So acquire information in stage 4. This stage requires the researcher to gather data and information about the implemented intervention using appropriate data collection instruments. So we are going to collect data after the intervention. After the intervention is implemented in our classroom, then we are going to see if it worked, if it is it could answer the problem, it could help us in our problem. So whether in questionnaire, in a survey form, or in by the use of pre-test and post-test. So that is stage 4, acquire information. So this is very important, the collection of data and information. Then lastly, last stage, this is the 5th stage. Okay, analyze and reflect. So this is very important, analyze and reflect. So in this stage, data analysis and interpretation are needed. The research findings serve as basis for conclusions and recommendations. So we have to use statistical or qualitative analysis of data and interpretation of the result of analysis to see if the intervention has addressed the problem. So these findings coupled with the researcher's reflection, so we have to analyze, we have to reflect on the result of our research, the result of our the action research, and this may also serve as the starting point for the next action research. So that is why it is, if you can see this one, it is a cycle. So the action research framework is a cycle. Pabalik-balik lang siya because after the analysis and this stage, analyze and reflect. So we can see that if the problem, if our problem is solved through our study, then we are going to make a report from that and our findings, then this may lead to another study that will improve more to the said existing problem, or this may be used to other researchers for their problem in their specific location. Okay, so this is now the action research framework. It is a cycle. So after analysis and reflect, another situation may be assessed and ask another questions and seek to answer, act to seek answers, acquire information, then analyze and reflect again. So this is a cycle. Okay, so and after understanding the action research framework, so I hope you can see now this is the 5A of the action research. 5A, assess situation, ask a question, act to seek answers, acquire information, and analyze and reflect. So we also need to know how action research is conducted. So in this regard, we are referring to the action research process. So we will move on to the action research process. So the research process follows the specific method as it is this is based on the action research framework. So the framework is the guide for the execution of the technical steps in the research process. So this will be the action research process. First is identify the action research problem. Second, designing the action research. Third, collecting the data for action research. Analyzing the data obtained for action research. And writing the action research report. So this is connected or based on the action research framework. Okay, so we will discuss it one by one. Let's start with the step 1, identifying action research problem. So this is, if you're going to look back at the action research framework, this is the first A and the second A. So what's that? That is the assess the situation and ask question. So for us to define a problem, so we have to assess the situation and we have to ask questions based on the situation that we are facing, the problem that we are facing in our classroom and in our school. So defining the problem to be solved will help a researcher decide on what kind of information to collect. It will also help in determining appropriate interventions to solve a pressing need. And it also gives the researcher an idea to the kind of information that needs to be collected. So this one, let's try to think whether this one is a problem or not. Okay, low NAT MPS of the school. Is this a problem or not a problem? Excuse me. Okay, so this one is, it's not a problem, but a result of a specific problem. Yeah, so this one is a result of the specific problem. Now let's another. Okay, is this a problem or not? Difficulty in conceptualizing geometry. Okay, so this is the problem. Yes, so this is a problem because this contributes to the low NAT MPS of the school. So this is where we are going to focus on the problem, not this low NAT MPS of the school, because it is very broad. So we are going to go deeper. What is the reason why we have low NAT MPS in the school? Maybe because the pupils got difficulty in conceptualizing geometry. That is why they have low scores and they cannot understand. So it leads to low NAT MPS. So this is the very problem. Okay, so next is step 2. Okay, step 2 is designing the action research. A research design is necessary to generate relevant information with minimal effort, time, and money. To specify the specific data collection activities and to collect relevant data. So this step 2, this is connected to the A2, the second A of the action research framework, which is the ask a question. Okay, so what design will you going to use? Whether the design will be in pre-test, post-test research design, or the post-test only research design, or the quasi-experimental design. So we have to identify so that we can save time, we can save money, because we teachers are so busy in our work. So we have to specify first, okay, the specific data collection. Okay, so next step is step 3. Step 3 is collecting the data for action research. So collecting data is important in getting a clearer picture of variables which may have potential contributions to the problem selected. Okay, so what do we do to collect the data or information? So we are going to so the data collected will help the action research determine if the intervention has accomplished its objective or not and has been effective. So for example, after we implement the intervention, then we are going to check if that specific intervention um, helped us in improving the pupils' conceptual understanding in geometry. So we are going to use the post-test, no pre-test, post-test. So that is the collecting data step. Okay, so that we can see if that in specific intervention is effective or not. Okay, so that is collecting the data for action research. This is connected to action research. Action research framework 3rd and 4th A. So this is the action. Acquire information and act to seek answers. So act to seek answers through collecting data and acquiring information. So we are going to interpret and analyze the data that we are collecting. Then step 4. Step 4 is analyzing the data for action research. So analyzing the data for action research, this is based on the action research framework A5. Okay, the analysis, analyze, and reflect. So the data collected can be analyzed and treated with appropriate statistical tests where conclusions are based. So there are 2 types of data which can be analyzed, quantitative or the qualitative the data. Okay, so and the last one is the stage or step 5, writing the action research report. So writing the action research findings is very important. So the results of the research must be reported to those who need the information, as critical decisions may be based on the research findings. So this last step operationalizes the last stage of the action research framework, the analyze and reflect. So based on our findings, we can now share this to other researchers, our findings, and we can also use our findings to improve more the interventions that we implemented. Okay, so then we're going to we may go back to the first stage, the assessing the situation. So that we can improve more, we can solve more problem for the benefit of our pupils and for the good of our the Department of Education, to help our department in solving those problems, especially this time of pandemic. Okay, so this framework This framework begins and ends with mental process. So we are going to think and think and think all over again. Assessment in the beginning and reflection at the end. So this is the action research framework. So thank you for listening. Bring with you the insights you have as you deepen your understanding of action research. God bless everyone and keep safe.
Today, I am tasked to share to you or discuss to you about the action research defined, the definition of action research. Before we will proceed to defining what action research is, I will share to you this story about a fictitious teacher named Fatima. She has been teaching mathematics for the past 10 years in a high school located in a far-flung barangay. She has noticed that many of her students leave school, particularly during the rice planting season. This situation has been a cause for concern among the teachers as well as the school administrator. To address the situation, the principal formed a committee composed of teachers with the guidance counselor and the dropout coordinator for the purpose of developing an intervention. Fatima recognizes that the problem or issue is an opportunity to conduct action research as a means of addressing it in a scientific way. You might have a problem situation similar to Fatima. You may have some long-standing problem or issue that has caused you some concern, but you do not quite know how to solve it. This is where action research comes in. This is true to all of us because I've known some teachers who doesn't know how to conduct action research, but I encourage them to have this. So this is the moment that you are waiting for to know what action research is all about and how to conduct it. So here are the objectives. At the end of the session, participants should be able to first define action research in the context of teaching practice. Second, enumerate the 5 steps that operationalize the action research framework. Third, cite the importance of review of literature in formulating an intervention for action research. Fourth, generate topics for action research, and the last one, plan interventions for specific classroom problems or issues. So here are the key understandings. The first one, action research has unique features that are relevant in improving teaching practices. And the second one is the review of literature helps education practitioners develop and implement interventions that are responsive to classroom procedure, problems, or issues. So we will start now. We will define action research and how it differs to the other type of researches. Action research, by definition of the Department of Education, is a process of systematic and reflective inquiry to improve educational practices or resolve problems in the classroom or the school. So we will solve a problem. In action research, we will find out, basically we are observing in our classrooms problems encountered, and in action research with that problem, we are going to resolve that one. So it is a process of uncovering solutions to classroom or school problems through a series of methodical, logical, and organized activities. And the outcome of these activities is the enhancement of classroom and school practices. Again, in action research, there is a problem. You will solve the problem, and then after solving the problem, there is an outcome. And this outcome will be the enhancement of your school, classroom, or school practices. So it is clear to us what action research is. In contrast, basic research is undertaken to develop, discover, or formulate theories. It is conducted for the sole purpose of finding out general laws about student learning and teachers' instruction. So sa basic research, we will discover and develop theories. So it is conducted to develop. So like for example, there is a situation in your school, but in basic research, there is a problem in your school. So in basic research, you will not apply directly an intervention or an innovation applied in the classroom or in your school, but this is conducted, basic research is conducted to discover what type of intervention or what type of innovation are we going to apply for to the solution of the said problem. And in applied research, it seeks to find usefulness of theories or principles already discovered or formulated. There is already a principle or a theory, and it is being discovered or formulated, and it in applied research, it is that of seeing the practicality of theories in real life situation. Application of the theories, unlike in basic research, it is being conducted. Basic research is conducted to formulate theories, while in applied research, theories is already there and you are going to apply it to the real life situation. So there is a difference between action research, basic research, and applied research. So claro, we will focus only on the action research itself. Okay. Moreover, action research is initiated by education practitioners themselves and is therefore conducted right in their own classrooms for specific purposes. But as of now, we have this pandemic, so there is no face-to-face classes. So Maybe the researches are about the online class, those modalities that we have that are being introduced to us by the Department of Education, the different modalities. But when we go back to the normal classes, the face-to-face, so this is conducted, action research is conducted in our own classrooms. It might be contested that action research is therefore useful only for a teacher who implements the solution or intervention. Yes, it is useful to teacher who conducts his or her own investigation about a solution or intervention that he or she has devised for his or her own learners. The teacher will benefit from it because she conducted the research to investigate the problem encountered inside the classroom, and then after that, there is an intervention. The teacher chooses what type of intervention are he or she will be going to apply to the said problem. It will depend on the type of pupils. It will depend on the environment. It will differ. So it might be that your intervention, the teacher researcher's intervention might be not applicable to the other one because it will depend on what type of pupils or participants you have inside the class. Even if you have the same problem, but intervention will be applicable or pwede lang siya ma-apply depende sa type of pupils or respondents. However, this does not deter other practitioners from learning from his or her experience. In fact, when several action research projects are conducted in specific but unrelated situations using the same solution or intervention, and all the findings confirm its efficacy. Unapplied or basic research might be developed to further establish its usefulness for a wider group of practitioners or learners. So it is clear that action research is conducted in our classrooms. Okay, understanding review of literature. First, by reading on the problem or issue, so we are conducting action research because there is a problem. So by reading on the problem or issue that an action researcher would like to tackle, he or she would be able to clearly formulate his or her research question and research hypothesis. This leads the action researcher to the stage 2 of the action research framework, asked a question. Like for example, in my study, these are the research questions that I have. First one, what is the pupil's achievement in Araling Panlipunan before and after exposing them to role playing? The second one is there a significant difference in Araling Panlipunan achievement of the students as measured in their pre-test and post-test? Those are examples of research questions that I have in my action research. Okay, let's proceed. Second, prior research works on a topic that an action researcher would like to address will help him or her in deciding a suitable intervention considering the subject. So we will consider the interclasses, small groups, or individual students. So in this stage, we are going to find a suitable intervention. It will also enable him or her to identify an applicable research design to the study. In this way, the review of literature provides guidance for stage 3 of the action research framework, act to seek answers. In my case, the intervention or the strategy that I will be doing is Rule playing. So the problem in my class is that they have low academic performance in Araling Palipunan, which is only 49.33 average MPS for the 3 quarters. So it's it, it's it's a problem. 49.33, wala ka abot og 75%, so big problem gud siya. So that's why I conducted the study. So those are the examples of the research questions, and in the stage 3 is to seek answers. So the suitable intervention that I found suitable to the problem is role playing. Okay, klaro na. From the research questions or research hypothesis down to an intervention to be conducted. Third, from the review of literature, the action researcher obtains some idea on how many student participants should be included and which data collection techniques have been found out to be appropriate for the variables of the study. Some research reports sometimes include sample items for instruments use. So this is relevant to stage 4 of the action research framework, acquire information. So first is we have to identify the participants. How many participants? Who are my participants? So in my case, my participants are my grade 5 sunflower students or pupils in our school, grade 5 sunflower. We have 2 sections in our school, so my section is grade 5 sunflower. So my grade 5 sunflower will be my target participants. And what are the data collection techniques? So the data collection technique is there should be a teacher, I will make a teacher-made achievement test questionnaire, and this is composed of multiple item test, 20 multiple item test. So this test, dili siya pwede na idiretso nimo og conduct, but it will undergo test validation and pilot testing, and that's the time that you will conduct it to, you will have it or you will use it to your class as your questionnaires, as your to gather information. Fourth is the action researcher can learn from previous studies in terms of what statistical or qualitative analysis will yield the results required to answer the research question or confirm the research hypothesis. So in my case, the researcher will employ pre-experimental research design, and it involves quantitative approach. So quantitative, so meaning it will interpret the numerical value obtained in the study. So I will be using the statistical package for social science, and in my research questions, these are the two that will be used, the arithmetic mean and the t-test. So this will explain further by other speakers, but I just have to share to you the data collection technique. What will be the statistical or qualitative analysis, or in my case, the quantitative or the statistical analysis. So in my study, I only have quantitative analysis approach. So mao to siya, arithmetic mean and the t-test. So do not worry, there are other speakers to explain further regarding the quantitative and qualitative analysis. Okay, so the review of literature then gives light to stage 5 of the action research framework, analyze and reflect. Okay, so first we will review. First is to have the research question or the research hypothesis. So that's the time that you ask a question. Second is you will find a suitable intervention. So at this time, you have to act to seek answer. What will be the answer to my problem? The third is you will identify your student participants and the data collection technique, and this is about acquiring information. And the fourth one is the analyze and reflect, which includes the statistical or qualitative analysis of the results gathered from the information that you gathered, and then you are going to analyze and reflect from it. So thus, the review of literature has many uses for the action researcher other than giving a background on the study. Some of the technical aspects of the research may be obtained from a perusal of related studies. So it is clear that there are process to follow so that your action research will be finished, and you can gather, you can have a analysis of your data. So if what will be the result, so that's the time that you will accept the intervention if the intervention is suitable to the type of pupils that you have, or it might be dili siya suitable sa imong mga students. Dili siya para sa imong mga students. Okay, let's proceed. Understanding the importance of action research in education. Action research is popular among educators because there is always room for improvement. Kani siya, klarohon na to ni, dili kay, kana lang siya taman, but there is room for improvement in action research when it comes to teaching and educating students. So, in my experience, I was teaching grade 1 for 7 or 9 years. And for that, for my first year in teaching, I have to gather strategies, what will be used, and then the second year. So this is also conducted, or the same in action research. There is room for improvement. That's why we are conducting action research. The following are some of the reasons why action research is valuable to stakeholders in the educational system. First, results of action research benefit students. This is true. Through action research, effective solutions to student problems such as poor school performance, low motivation, or frequent absenteeism can be identified and applied. These are common: absenteeism, school performance, and low motivation. Research on special or differently abled students can also help teachers practice inclusive education in a way that they will be profitable to them. Successful interventions for various types of learning difficulties can provide teachers with options that can be utilized in practicing differentiated instruction. So this is this is common to us, the term differentiated, because we have different types of learners. So that's why we will conduct action research for us to identify what type of intervention or strategy are we going to apply to the set of pupils that we have each school year. Second, action research promotes the culture of research among teachers. Kay ganahan kay ko ani. Because as of this moment in our school, I am the only one conducting research, action research, but I am encouraging them to have this. And as of this moment, there are those na, murag, ma'am, I have to conduct action research. Mo conduct me, ma'am, because murag, okay siya. Action research is good, is benefit. Na ma-benefit ang teacher and the student. So, kibale, vice versa, kung naakay nakuan na mga interventions para sa imong mga students na solve nimo ang problem, ang teacher pod is malesen pod iyang work as teacher na murag mas na-solve niya ang problem. So, accomplishment na siya sa teacher. So, it will promote. Action research will promote the culture of research among teachers. It is imperative for teachers to resolve problems in their own classrooms and schools. So, kita teachers, atuan na gyud ng trabaho na magsige jud tag sulbad sa problem inside our classroom or the whole school. Dili man ta makakaya na naay problema na dili nato siyang masolve. So, teachers are imperative for that. Teachers who engage in scientific inquiry in addressing classroom or school issues and problems are those who are keen on improving the educational practice, which eventually will contribute to the promotion of access and quality of education as well as its governance. Among the areas that teachers can explore in action research are solutions to problems about least learned skills and competencies. So, maugid ni siya atong ginasolve ang mga least learned skills and competencies. So, dito ta mag-focus sa mga skills and competencies that are least learned. Mo to itong ginapangitaan of solution. At the very least, action research can help teachers understand what is happening in their classroom and identify changes that need to be put in place for the advancement of both teaching and learning experience. So finally, and more importantly, action research can help answer the questions that teachers have about instructional strategies, student performance, and classroom management techniques. So, dako kaayod yung tabang if we will conduct action research. So, the third one, important, is action research serves as one of the bases for necessary reforms and policy development. DepEd Order number 16, series of 2017. Mao ni atong gina-follow nga guidelines. Results of classroom research are important sources of inputs for decision and policy makers in modifying or replacing current directives and regulations, as well as commonly accepted practices, particularly those that are no longer effective or relevant to learners in the present context. So, mo na makatabang sa action research. Kung makita nila that these practices or these strategies, the practices are no longer effective, so ilaan na siyang i-modify. They will modify or kung pinakakuan na gid siya, ila na silang i-replace kana siya nga mga regulations and practices. Problems or issues encountered by teachers in the classroom are like red flags that point to instructional limitations and deficiencies. deficiencies. So red flags, uy, oops, pataas na to ang flag. Red flag nga, naaman da itay problem. Mao man day ni ang ato ang na-encounter. Mo na siya ang mga problem. So ato dyan na siyang tagaan og solution. When several action research conducted by different teacher investigators come to the same conclusions, they can lead to valuable action on the part of educational leaders and administrators. Kung nakita nila nga pariho og conclusion, they will have this valuable action. Even if conclusions from studies undertaken by different researchers on the same topic seem to contradict each other. So, digpud malikayan na ang result sa isa, lahi ang result sa isa. These still offer important information that can be the starting point for revisions of old policy and practices or creation of new ones. So I encourage you all to conduct action research because of this importance. So important jud kaayo ang action research with these reasons. Again, results of action research benefit students. Second, action research promotes the culture of research among teachers. And the last one, action research serve as one of the bases for necessary reforms and policy development. Okay, so here is an example. I only have one example. You can add an example, a template on how to start action research. So, even this table lang, kanilang sa siya nga table will be guided. It's a sort of guide to teachers, to us teachers. Even me, I have this as my guide. So, the first column, classroom or school problem or issue on the teaching learning process in order of priority. So, first priority is unsa ang pinaka-problem. Then second nga problem, third nga problem, kung daghan ba dyan mo problem, you add pa dyan diha. And then example is low performance of learners in our PAN. So gamay-gamay dyan sila og MPS man, so dako dyan na siya na mga problema sa our PAN. And then the possible solution nga akong naunaunaan is role playing. And then the last column is the importance of addressing the issue or concern is increasing pupils' performance. So malipay jud ta if the performance of our pupils increases. So from the low performance, ang problema nga low performance na siya'y solution, gipangitaan ako og solution nato og solution, example role playing. Ang iyang importance or the outcome, kato akong giingon ganina, the outcome is increasing pupils' performance. So if we will be doing action research, we can solve a problem in our respective schools. So I know there are those na nag-ingon sa ako na ma'am, we want to learn how to conduct, murag dagan-dagan sila ang nag-inform sa ako through chat, through text, through call, because they know that I have a background. But as a researcher, I have to learn more and more as I conduct my first, and this is my second. I learn something from it. So at of this moment, I need to learn how to analyze or interpret the data that gathered. So do not worry, action research is not difficult. I know that at first mingon mo na, because I know that most of us are having, even in our undergraduate studies, in our college time, nag-conduct research. Ingon ana ang gihapon ni siya. Then second, ni graduate studies ta, masteral, doctorate, naapod ni siya. Naghimo po ta og research. And then this action research lang is conducted in our classroom. It will depend. Ang kabalo ko, there are many problems that we are encountering inside our class, in our school, but ang ato lang worry is how to conduct this one. So we are very thankful that Sir Bridget planned this one. The research department is conducting this webinar because at first I have hesitation. I am hesitate to conduct action research. Maybe because I am not guided on how to conduct this one. Wala ako kabalo sa guidelines. At first, I want to conduct action research because I find it helpful sa among school kung naami problem. But ang ako lang yung problema at that time siguro, before I started, is wala ako kabalo sa guidelines. Wala ako kabalo how to conduct it. At first, sa kadugayon na sa mga graduate studies, graduate taod-taod na, makalimutan nga what are qualitative approaches, what are quantitative approaches, what are the types of data gathering. Pero I know that ma-refresh na. Kay even me, when I started my first action research last 2018, maybe it's 2018, I recall the learnings that I have during my undergrad, my graduate studies, kasi medyo taod-taod na siya, na-recall na ko siya na, okay, that is quantitative, that is qualitative. Okay, this is how to conduct research. Nakalimot lang jud ko. So, this is the time I am inviting you all to conduct action research because it's very interesting. This is my second time to conduct action research and I find it helpful. Makatabang jud sa school, and then if you will be doing this, maka-learn jud ta rather than permanently lang ta mag-hesitate, because there are times that we are hesitate to do this because worried ta na dili mao, but karon na siya gi-share na anagyud ni sa inyo ang gitudloan na jud mo to how to conduct action research. But my topic is only limited to what action research is, so how it is differentiated with action research, the basic research, and the applied research. So action research will be conducted in our class. We will notice many problems, or if gamay lang na problem, pero baski gamay siya, problema kaayo, and then we will find a solution on how to solve the problem, and then in time, the importance, or there will be outcome that will nga makuha nimo after conducting action research. So I hope that you learn from my. Okay, before I will end, I will leave to you this. This is very nice quote. Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. So this is true. Mo na gid ni nakita nato natay problema pero dili tanan nag-solve sa problem. Thank you and God bless everyone.
The best research will give the best teaching, and the best teaching will give the best research. A pleasant day to everyone. My respect to our school's division superintendent, Sir Edilberto Oplinaria, our assistant schools division superintendent, Ma'am Rosemary Masesar, our SGOD chief, Ma'am Maria Carmela Ablin, and SEPS in Research, Sir Bridget Abalorio. Good day, Division of Lanao del Norte. I am Lady Lawrence Paitan Cabriana of Tubod Central Elementary School. So our focus will be on the topic, generating topics for action research. So at the end of this session, you are expected to be able to, number one, identify problems or issues encountered in the classroom. Number two, generate topics for action research. Number three, examine problems or issues identified by the Basic Education Research Agenda or the BERA to issue alignment between possible topics and the agenda. So we have to think of the problems and issues that we encountered in our classroom. So we have here a problem tree. Okay, so problems we usually encounter. Try to list down. So get a pen and pencil, paper and pen, then list down those problems. Try to think of those problems you've encountered in your classroom or in the school. Okay, this may be about the student's performance, the student's attitude or their behavior, or the classroom instruction. Okay, or the classroom management. Okay, so after that, so try to list. Okay. Okay, so after enumerating some problems or issues in your classroom through problem tree, you may now have realized and appreciated the benefit and importance of reflection for us teachers. That is why in our lesson plan or in our DLP, we have the reflection. So we have to think, okay, reflect. Okay, so this is very useful in generating research topics, this reflection, because this requires going beyond merely thinking about experiences. It is expected that reflecting on problems and issues in our classroom will lead to action on our part. So reflection for action. This is thinking about experiences and planning for future action. This is by Hendricks 2006. So what will I do? I have here this problem. What will I do? So we have to think. Nganong ingon ani man ni siya? Nganong ingon ani man ilang score? Is my strategy, is my style correct? Or is there anything that I can do to improve this? So that is reflection. Okay, so after reflecting, so we are going to, okay, for example, we have here a problem tree. The problem is here, poor performance of pupils in geometry. Okay, poor performance of pupils in geometry. So through reflecting, so we are going to think deeper. Okay, so maybe the reason why the pupils have poor performance in geometry, maybe because pupils have poor conceptual understanding on the concepts behind spatial figures, or they are confused on the geometric theorems of spatial figures, or because of poor abstraction in the teaching learning process, or maybe the teacher failed. We teachers failed to provide concrete and tangible experiences on the geometric theorems, because sometimes we tend to give formulas. Then this is the formula, then solve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, pass. Because we have many things to do in our class, and we have many competencies that needs to be discussed. So that is why sometimes we immediately give formulas. But maybe that this is one of the reasons why the pupils got poor performance in geometry. Okay, so that is um, looking for the problem through reflection. Okay, then we some of the questions that can guide us in our reflection. So let's go back to the problem. Our problem is poor performance on pupils in geometry. So first question, what strategy can improve the performance of the learners? Or think of your problem and think what strategy can improve the performance of your learners. Then how should it be implemented? And what measures will validate the effectiveness of the strategy? And lastly, after implementation of the strategy, what outcomes or changes in student performance and or behavior can I reasonably expect? So these are just guide questions in our during our reflection of the problem that we have. Okay, so maybe you have now the focus of what will be your problem. Okay, then we can also have this one, verify and adjust the problem tree. So our problem is poor performance of pupils in geometry. So we can use this also, this triangulation method. So triangulation, so this is the problem in the middle. The problem is poor performance in geometry. So we can use the triangulation. We have paper and pencil instruments. This is based on the results, based on their tests. Okay, then maybe documents and observation. Okay, observation. Okay, then we also have interview. We may ask the pupils, what are the reasons? Nga gamay sila score. Ganun dili sila ganahan. Ano dili sila ganahan ana nga subject? Ano dili sila ganahan ana nga topic? So we can ask them by writing or through face-to-face interview. Okay, but this time we don't have face-to-face, so we can ask them through a text message or in Zoom, in video conferencing. So we can ask them also. Okay, so that is another way of looking for specific topics, so that we can have our topics for action research. Okay, so for example, this one, another problem. The problem is low learning retention in Araling Panlipunan. So this first this one here, the school's MPS is only 68.8%. So based on this triangulation, this is from documents and observation. So we can see this one, the school record. Next here is 26 pupils got a failing grade based on the first quarter ISMEA result. So we are familiar with ISMEA. So this is also the documents and observation. Then next reason here, no textbook. That is why 25 pupils said they are tired of writing the given topics by the teacher. So this is through interview. This is from the heart of the pupils. Ikapoy silag sinulat kay walay libro specifically in grade 6. This is my experience. Then lastly here, 29 out of 55. So if you can see here, 29 out of 55, there are 55 pupils asked. Then 29 said that they find it hard memorizing various facts and names and places and dates presented from the lesson. So this is based on their answers from the interview. These are the results from the paper pencil instruments, their tests. This one is from documents and observation. So this is another way of determining the real problem. And when we are going to go deeper on that problem so that we can understand and we can find the correct intervention that will address this specific problem that we have. Okay, then, okay, so there are specific least learned competencies. So focus on the specific least learned competencies, not the broad one. So for example, adding fractions. For me, this is also a very um, usual problem in math. Adding fractions, subtracting fractions. For English, writing effective sentences. So the reading ability. So this is always a problem. Reading. Then identifying different elements in the periodic table. So this is for chemistry, for science. So we are going to focus on the specific. Dili ta sa broad, kay dako kay sa tanan siya, dili na to siya ma-address tayon. So look at the specific. So try to look at the documents and the results. So go deeper, not only the whole araling panipunan or the whole mathematics. So what quarter, what competency, what topic. So okay, so that is go to the specific least learned competencies. Then we have here so considering the problems, issues that you have identified, reflected, and triangulated upon, let us now see if we can align this with the action research themes identified in the BERA. So BERA means Basic Education Research Agenda. The BERA is a document containing a list of priority education research areas to guide Department of Education and its stakeholders in the conduct of research. In the case of teacher researchers, selecting the research focus begins with asking what education research themes are related to the problems or issues I have encountered. So this time I will present to you the list of the priorities. Okay, so these themes are formulated to help teachers generate action research topics. So the first circle here, this is the teaching learning process. So we teachers, we are going to focus here in the teaching learning process based on the instruction, the assessment, or the learning outcomes of our pupils. And we also have here child protection. Okay, child protection. The topic may be bullying, the teenage pregnancy, the addictive behavior, or the child labor. You can also have governance. Okay, governance. But this is not advisable to the teachers. Okay, so in governance, we have planning, finance, about program management, about transparency and accountability, evaluation of policies. And this one, in green circle, human resource development, the teacher qualification, the hiring, about the incentives, or the career development. So these two here at the bottom, these are not advisable topics for us teachers. So we are going to focus on this, the teaching and learning process, and maybe you can also have this child protection. Okay, so the possible topics under the each research theme. So let's focus on the teaching and learning process. So we can focus on the classroom assessment. Okay, the formative and summative, their achievement tests, the results of their tests. Okay, then the emerging good practices, teachers' expertise in constructing various types of assessments, the availability of assessment tools and resources like materials, manpower, environment, or portfolio assessments. Next is continuing professional development and support, the coaching, the mentoring, the LAC session, the in-service training. Next is the medium of instruction, especially now we have the mother tongue. Is mother tongue effective? Diba? And the ICT integration in teaching. Okay, especially now, we have many ICT integration in our lessons. We have the video lesson. We have this RBI, and also we have strategies in teaching, the classroom management, and this very famous differentiated instruction. So these are the possible topics that we may focus in generating topics for an action research. Okay. Then we also have child protection. So bullying. We may discuss physical bullying, the emotional bullying, or the cyber bullying. Especially now in our time, the millennials are very fond of um, exploring the messenger, the whatever um, social media accounts. Next is the reproductive health education, especially in high schools. The child abuse, grave child rights violation, okay, work immersion for the senior high school, work immersion, then addiction, substance abuse, online gaming, mobile legends, or the social media, the Facebook, bilar na kay sigarag Facebook, silag TikTok, or the media consumption, internet, the TV, and film, movies, magazines, radio. So this may be the possible topics for this child protection research theme. Okay, then for human resource development, they may focus on teaching specialization. Okay, um, especially in the elementary, we teachers in the elementary, um, parang we are generalist. So even science yung major mo, you can teach MAPE, you can teach Filipino. So that is also a very good topic for them in the human resource development topic. Language proficiency, MTB, MLE, academic skills, psychosocial skills, ICT integration in teaching. Still, this is present here. Interpersonal skills, teacher induction program, work performance of teachers. Yes, this is very and incentives, and the gender and development. So this may be another possible topics for human resource development. And the last research theme is the governance. So process tools, typologies and classifications, or the comprehensive DRRM. So these are the um, uh, projects or activities in the school. The WINS, water sanitation, hygiene program, or the WASH, health and nutrition, data management, and partnership. So these are some possible topics under governance in the governance research theme. Okay, and that's it. So that is now the BERA. Okay, so remember, we teachers, we are going to focus on the teaching and teaching and learning process, and also the child protection. And for those who are non-teachers, they may focus on the human resource development and the governance. Okay, so now you are familiar with the BERA, and the themes and the possible topics under them. So examine each topic you've listed, whether it is aligned with para themes. And I hope you now have identified a topic for your action research. And thank you for listening, and God bless everyone.
Good day, everyone. This is Warner B. Riponte, and I'm a senior high school teacher from Sultan Ali de Mapuro Memorial Integrated School. And today we are going to discuss about formulating and evaluating action research questions and hypotheses. So, of course, this topic is very important because this is where we are going to answer questions, and also this is for me personally, this is like one of the key points in an action research. So before I will discuss to you on how to formulate and evaluate your research questions and make hypotheses, let's move on first our today's objectives. So of course, at the end of the session, you teachers participants should be able to first enumerate the criteria for good action research questions. Yes, we are going to discuss what are the criterias, and these criterias will be your guide in creating your action research questions. The next is you are going to formulate good action research questions and their corresponding hypotheses. So hopefully, after our discussion, you could create your own action research questions. I know that you already have your interventions in mind, and you could use those interventions na makabuhat and formulate a good action research questions. And lastly, we're going to evaluate the quality of action research questions formulated based on the 5 criteria for good research questions. As I have mentioned earlier, there are criteria, and those 5 criteria we're going to use so that we can evaluate if your research questions that you've made is a quality action research questions. So let's go ahead and let's discuss first what is research questions. Well, when we say research question, a research question narrows down the purpose of a study and specifies what the action researcher expects to find at the end of it. So like what I have mentioned earlier, for me personally, it is one of the key point in an action research to have research questions. Why? Because your topic is in a general form. Like, for example, maybe you want to have an intervention on how online teaching or how e-classroom improves your learners. performance, then that's the general. And then after that, you have your purpose. But the an action research question is, it narrows down the main point, how and why your intervention or action research is important, because this is where the where you can specify your answer or the purpose of the study. Next is, a research question may be stated in quantitative or qualitative way. So there are two types of research. I The first one is the quantitative and the qualitative. Well, for me personally, I am an action researcher which love to have a quantitative and action research. But of course, we are going also to discuss on how to make a qualitative action research questions. Then, in the research questions, we need to consider the initial purpose of the study, the desired outcomes after intervention has been implemented, and the insights from your review of literature. So, like what I have mentioned, before kasi tayo gagawa ng research questions, there are a lot of readings that you made. Readings, and also, since you already have an intervention in mind, you have planned it already, then you read what the topic about or your intervention is about, then that's the time that you can formulate research questions, because you can consider the purpose of your study. Maybe what's the main purpose? For me, as an action research teacher, it should help the learners, especially for me, especially on their performance, and also what would be your desired outcomes would be. Then, lastly, like what I have mentioned, is of course you need to read more on related literature, because it would help you make research questions. Because if you have read about your topic, the good thing about it is that maka-create ka na ng idea na ito pala ang possible na lalabas sa intervention na ginawa mo. So yes, I think we are clear and we're done with the definition of research questions. By the way, if you have questions, you can just type or go to chat box, and then I will try to answer all your questions. And maybe after the discussion, I could give you my personal email. So if you could contact me, or if you have questions on this particular topic, I can also answer it. So since we're okay with it, so now, next to that, a research question is your research hypothesis. What is a research hypothesis then? A research hypothesis is a tentative answer to the research question, and then the action researcher makes a prediction about the outcome of the planned intervention, and then the prediction is based on the results of past researches that focus on the same subject as the action researchers study. Like what I have mentioned earlier, it is very important as a researcher as a whole, not only an action researcher, but if you are a researcher, you need to read a lot of readings, articles, or past or related literature, or past action research, which is somewhat similar to your topic or intervention. Why? Because it would help you creating a hypothesis. Your hypothesis is hindi siya yung sagot, but this is more likely your prediction or outcome sa pwedeng, or sa outcome sa pwede mong intervention. Okay, so I guess we're clear. So if you have like, I'll just have to short recap. So if you have an action research questions, it should be followed by your research hypothesis. So I believe we are clear with it. So I have mentioned earlier what the 5 criteria of good action research. So let's move on and discuss all about it. Okay, so here are the 5 criteria for good action research question. First is, your action research question should be clearly stated. What do you mean by that? Well, the action research question should be easily understood by the readers. So let's look at the following and let's compare how these examples, or how the first example, the unclear one, different from the clear action research questions. Okay, I'm gonna read. The unclear is, do leisure activities enhance students' critical thinking? And then that's unclear. Well, if yung tanong natin is meron bang kasagutan dyan, there is a question, an answer to that question. Is it clear? Let's go to the clear part. Do puzzles enhance students' critical thinking skills? Ito mas klaro. Why? The main reason why it is not unclear, since there are a lot of leisure activities po na pwedeng gawin. Not only puzzle, there are a lot of board games, there are yung leisure activities, even watching movies, listening to music is one of leisure activities. But in the unclear version, or in the unclear part question, hindi po yun in-specify or hindi klaro kung anong leisure activities ang gagawin. Pero sa clear part, it's very clear na puzzle po yung gagawin na leisure activities. And then, what critical thinking? Or, sorry, it's also unclear because the puzzles will enhance the students' critical thinking skills. So I hope it's clear. So we just have to be specific on a particular intervention that you want to achieve. Okay, I could give you an example. For me, last year I had my research. So I had a flipped classroom, which is I'm happy because yung flipped classroom po is like a blended classroom, which is very relevant today. That's the good thing about it. So what I did is that the question is, or what is, it's clear, what is the student's performance of, what is the student's performance in grade 11 TVL using the flipped classroom. So I'm specific to what intervention or what strategy that I am using to help them enhance their academic performance. So we just have to be clear, and then when your reader will read it, then they would understand. In this example, puzzle pala yung leisure activities, because leisure. Oh, when you will just say leisure activities, parang vague siya. Okay, so I guess we're clear. So number one, that is the first criteria that we're going to remind ourselves. It should be clearly stated. Next is, it should be significant. Ano ba yung significant? The action research question should contribute to the body of knowledge. The results of the study should benefit students, teachers, and schools. I believe, as an action researcher myself, as an action researcher, you are making something, an intervention, to help not only yourself, but also for the learners. That's our main concern kasi. Because if you are a classroom teacher, your concern is how your learners maybe be more productive or understood your lesson, or even help with their behavior. I'm not only focusing on the strategy or the discussion itself, but there are a lot of interventions that would help them in their there are a lot of interventions that would help in their behavioral aspect also. So like what I have mentioned, it should be significant because your study should benefit the school and the learners and even your co-teachers. So I'll give you an example. We have here two examples, the not significant and the significant. Sorry. First is, does the use of pastel colored paper increase reading time? Then let's do text related illustrations increased reading time? So now, why do you think that the first one is not significant? Because the focus here is the pastel colored paper. So what particular intervention did, as a teacher, you use to help the learners? Because a pastel colored paper is already just a product, hindi yun ginawa, right? But then if you will go to the significant, do text-related illustrations, which the text-related illustrations here is your intervention. Ito na yung significant, and that would benefit the learners. Since ginawa mo yun, so there is now an increased reading time. So it is clear so kung ano yung benepisyo na makukuha ng estudyante because of what you did. Okay? So let's have a review. It should be clearly stated. Next, it should be significant. And third one, it should be ethical. Yes, ethics in research should always be observed. Actually, before we started our session, Sir Bridget asked me for ethical consideration that that our discussion is recorded. So it's one way also. So as a researcher, we have to observe that we have to be ethical. So why? How does your research question become ethical and non-ethical? I'm going to discuss that. Okay. First is the action research question should respect human dignity and rights of the participants. And also, it should not create any form of harm to the participants of the study. So it should not be biased. And the other one, hindi siya pwedeng makaharm or makasira sa mga respondents mo. Okay, I will give you an example. First, the non-ethical and the ethical. First one is, does breakfast deprivation cause low attention span in children? And then we have here the ethical way of asking question. How does having breakfast help increase attention span in children? Okay, why do you think isang basa parang wala namang difference, but how the unethical became an unethical? Well, if you will observe, this breakfast deprivation, so it means that your respondents are being deprived from breakfast. So you are being biased. Siguro yung punto ng action research mo is how breakfast or how eating breakfast affects the learners. But when you use the word breakfast deprivation, you have already assumed na na-deprive na yung mga bata ng breakfast, yung mga respondents mo. So there is already a judgment on that. So, well, and also, it caused low attention span in children. So you have, as in this particular question, you have assumed that the breakfast deprivation could cause the low attention span in children. So there is already a judgment here. But on the other hand, on the ethical way of asking, same topic po, pero ethical way, how does having breakfast help increase attention span in children? Now, you used having breakfast. Why? Why is it different from breakfast deprivation? Because having breakfast, your participants could, or they have an option to not to eat their breakfast or to have it. Well, for me personally, I don't like eating breakfast at 6 a.m. I usually have brunch. So dito po, wala po siyang judgment. And also, the good thing is help increase attention span in children in more on a positive note na if you will eat breakfast pala, then there is a chance that the attention span of your learners will increase. See? So again, the third criteria that we have to be in mind is we have to be ethical. Okay? So next is the fourth one, or the fourth criteria. It should be feasible. What does feasible mean? Well, your action research question should be doable in terms of resources, in time, and as well as your skills as a researcher or as an action researcher. Well, how does an action research question become feasible? Example, do board games help enhance the problem-solving skills of pupils in the country? Why it is not feasible? This question is a bad question since it's not feasible. First one, hindi nyo po in-specify kung anong board games. There are a lot of board games. Then ito yung Pangalawa, it enhanced the problem-solving skills of pupils in the country. We're talking about the pupils in the whole Philippines here. Siguro po if there are like 17 million pupils and hindi pa po specify kung anong grade level. So maybe from grade kinder ba yun? Yes, kinder. From grade 6 na pupils, and then you will get the sample out of that population. Maybe you could finish it mga 10 years. Just kidding. But the main point here is sobra pong laki ng laki po or lawak ng research natin. So that's why it's not for me as an action researcher and as a classroom teacher, hindi po yun feasible sa akin. But how does an action research question become feasible or kaya, doable? Isang basa lang, I know this research could do or could be finished in 1 year, because yun po yung binigay ng research po or sa division office po na timeline na pwede nyo pong gawin yung action research natin. Nasa birth po, sorry, I forgot po the memo or the DO rather, but if I have time, I'm gonna chat you all with the guidelines. Yes, so let's move on to the visible part here. Does playing the board game Sumoco help develop the computational skills of grade 4 pupils in school X? Why is it feasible? Bakit ito doable in 1 year, for example? Because it is specific yung board game na yun. It's the Sumoco. Then, what is the skill na pwedeng i-develop? The computational skills po nila. Anong grado? It's clear that grade 4. Pero, pag sabihin mong grade 4 lang, pwedeng grade 4 ng whole Lanao del Norte. Sobrang dami pa din po yun. So, but if you will say pupils in school X, or in my case, in Sultan Ali di Mapuro Memorial Integrated School, it is very clear that I will be having my intervention in this group of students, the grade 4 pupils of SADMIS. So it's feasible? Yes, it is feasible. Again po, in making an action research question, the best thing that you have to be reminded of is, of course, it should be feasible. It should be doable. Kaya po ng resources. By the way, resources also. Resources in a way kung kaya ba ng budget natin. There are researches that are birth funded, and I'm glad, and I just want to share to you. I'm glad that last year I was funded, and then resources yun. But if hindi naman kaya ng resources, then magkakaproblema po din tayo. And then the time is very important, kasi I just want to share this. In making an intervention, your research, remember, it will be approved by maybe you will pass your research by January. It will be approved by maybe by March or by April, and then you will start your study by June, and then it should be end by December. So yung timeline po natin and yung topics na pwede natin gawa ng intervention should be from June to somewhat November po. We should be mindful on that. Why? Because if we are going to make an action research for January to March, pwede naman. But the submission po or the timeline na binigay sa atin, baka hindi po natin makuha or kayanin. So maybe if you are very talaga na pwedeng this intervention is good for your January or February lessons, then pwede nyo po yang gawin and submit it by that particular year. Or as an action researcher, you can have it also as your own research. Maybe you can have it you can use it for to attend some research forum. Okay, so again, let's move on. Like what I have mentioned, the fourth criteria is your action research question should be feasible. And lastly, it leads to making an action. Dapat mayroong ginawa, mayroong gagawin. Okay, here, the action research question must lead to taking an action, trying out an intervention for the purpose of improving a learning or and teaching situation. So as a classroom teacher, my main point or my main ano ba to? My main duty as an action researcher is to help the learners improve their learning, so or their teaching. Now, I will give you an example. It does not. The first example, it does not lead to making an action. First is, do girls speak better English than boys? Why? It's just a question, but walang gagawin yung hindi nakita sa question mo kung ano yung gagawin nila. Pero in this particular question that leads or that help learners improve is, I read, does journal writing enhance the English speaking skills of pupils? So ano yung gagawin ng mga bata mo? Of course, they will do the journal writing. And how this journal writing enhance their English speaking skills. So I believe we are clear with the 5 criteria for good action research questions. So if you have clarifications, you can write at the chat box, and we will really try to answer all the possible questions that you actually typing. Okay, so let's move on now to the next part. I have mentioned already that in making an action research questions could be qualitative or quantitative. So let's move on first, the types of action research questions. There are 2. Of course, since there are 2 types of an action research. The first one is quantitative research questions are those that ask about quantitative variables and require numerical data. So this is my favorite part. This is my favorite type of action research because I am more into quantitative action research. So what are the examples? In quantitative action research questions, we are expected to deliver numbers. We are expected to have data and analyze the data, numerical data. So numbers po talaga yun. First question. This is the example. Do final scores improve after the intervention? So here, ano yung question na ito? It talks about the scores. So it means that meron bang na-improve or meron bang nagawa yung intervention na ginawa mo and then to help their scores. So obviously, the answer for this is a numerical data rather. Next, are grades of those students exposed to the intervention higher than those who were not? So here you are comparing students who are exposed and who are not exposed to the intervention. So anong gagawin natin or paano ito masagutan? So numbers din. So we are talking about the scores. So sa madaling salita, if your research is more on, if your intervention is more on helping learners achieve their academic achievement or academic performance, then you can have the quantitative research questions because we're talking about the scores here. The pre-test, the post-test, and then your the pre-test, your intervention, and the post-test. Okay? So we're clear. Next one is the qualitative research questions. Qualitative research questions are those that ask for descriptions and narratives. So this is now for the this is now for the qualitative research action researches. So one example, how does parental involvement affect students' attitude toward school? So hindi po yun masasagutan ng numero kasi how po siya. And then aside from that is we're talking the subject or the topic here is parental involvement. So therefore, there will be a survey or a narrative or a descriptions on getting the answer. So kung kung if ever kung ganun na po yung mga sagutan, yung descriptions or narratives, then mapufall na po siya sa qualitative research questions. And then another example, in what ways do or does the intervention help students understand the lesson better? So in this example, it is more on the narrative. It could be your observation as a researcher, and also it could also help if you have like journals to be based on, so that you would know how the intervention help students understanding. Okay, so I believe we are clear with the two types of research questions. The quantitative, which deals about the numbers or the answers, possible answers, or numerical data, and then the qualitative research questions. The answers here, these questions answers descriptions or narratives. So we're clear with that. So since we're done with the questions, so next is yun na po yung research hypothesis natin. I have discussed a while ago an overview of a research hypothesis. So a research hypothesis is the tentative answer to the research question. It is the hypothesis of interest in the study, the statement that the action researchers want to support. So more likely, your research hypothesis, ito po yung gusto nating mangyari sa research natin. Pero like what I have mentioned earlier, hindi po yan basta-basta na you have created it out sa gusto mo lang. It is always based on, your research hypothesis is always based on your readings, past researchers, articles, and somewhat related topics to your related articles to your topics rather. So here, there is this is an example of a research hypothesis. So there is a difference in the scores of students who were given the intervention and those who were not. So as an action researcher, you would know or you assume that there is a difference between the group of students. Yung isa is merong intervention and yung isa wala. So there is a difference in the scores between these two. So ito na yung research hypothesis na nagawa mo. Okay? Okay, I'll give you another example. Halimbawa, you want to have an intervention on approaches, maybe 7 E's. This is science related because I'm science major. So 7 E's learning approach. So you want to as an intervention, you want to make a lesson based on the 7 E's. So therefore, you can have two group of learners. The one is exposed to the intervention, and the one is the non-7E's or na hindi na exposed sa intervention na gusto mo. So therefore, since you have made this intervention kasi based on your interest, based on your reading, so you want to know if there is a difference between the two ba. It could be a positive or a negative difference. So it's depend on your research or in your purpose of your study. Okay. So I guess we're clear with the hypothesis. So let's move on to the kabaliktaran ng hypothesis natin, which is the null hypothesis. This is the opposite of the research hypothesis. Its purpose is to be nullified or rejected in order for the action researcher to accept or supports his or her hypothesis. So, ano ba yung null hypothesis? This is the complete opposite of your hypothesis, research hypothesis. Magkaiba po yung research hypothesis at null hypothesis. Ano ba yon? Yung null hypothesis, ito po yung gusto natin i-reject. Why? If we're going to reject this, then we can accept our hypothesis. Example of a null hypothesis. There is no difference in the scores of students who were given the intervention and those who were not. If we'll go back to this, there is a difference. This is more on your research hypothesis. And then if we'll go back to the null hypothesis, there is no difference. So this is now the opposite. So now, ano ba yung pwedeng gamitin? Both could be used in your action research. Why? If your null hypothesis will be rejected, then automatic uh, your research hypothesis will be accepted. Okay, so let's move on and discuss muna sa two types of hypothesis. There are two, non-directional, and there is also what we call the directional hypothesis. Non-directional hypothesis po do not specify where the difference lies, which group is higher or better. Whereas the directional hypothesis, it is the research hypothesis that states the difference favored by the action researcher. So more likely, I'll give you an example about it. Yung non-directional, hindi po siya na-mention kung sino yung higher. Ito ba yung na-expose na intervention mo or hindi? So it's a safer part. But in directional, it's clearly stated na yung estudyante or yung group of learners na ginawan mo ng intervention have the higher scores compared to hindi na-expose ng intervention mo. I'll give you an example. So this is now the example of non-directional hypothesis. So the null hypothesis here is the scores of students who were given the intervention will be equal to those who were not given the same. So it's safe. It could be equal. So your research hypothesis here is the scores of students who were given the intervention will not be equal to those who were not given the same. So if you've read these two, the non-directional hypothesis actually talks about or did not talk about kung sino yung mas mataas na scores or sino yung mas mababa. So let's move on to directional, how non-directional and directional differ. First is the null hypothesis muna tayo. The scores of students who were given the intervention will be either lower or equal to those students not given the same. So it is now clear na ang gusto natin is, of course, the intervention or the learners, group of learners who were given the intervention will be either be lower or equal. Since it's null hypothesis, gusto natin yung i-reject. If we will reject that, then let's move on na dayon sa directional hypothesis. The research hypothesis here in the directional would be the scores of students who were given the intervention will be higher than those of students not given the same. It's all clear. It's that this type, the directional hypothesis, is favored by the action researcher, because if you have the intervention, you want your intervention to be of help of your learners or of your organization. So that's why it can be higher, or it can be higher than the previous practice or what is being taught in the classroom. Okay, so I believe we are clear with how to create action research questions. We have discussed already the criteria. We have also discussed the hypothesis or types of research questions, action research questions muna. And then now we're done with the how to create hypothesis. So let's have an activity. The first activity or your intervention now is the use of online teaching. Why I am using this topic, because it's relevant today. Most universities and other high schools will be using online teaching. And well, sa aming school, we're using modular because wala po. Merong internet, but not all learners have the access. So the modular teaching, or the modular way of teaching is much better. So what if this is an example? Your intervention is the use of online teaching. Can you wait? Can you make questions po to, or can you make questions or action research questions out of this topic? Maybe you can jot down, you can type your answer on the chat box. So, and let's check if it's correct. I'm gonna give you maybe 30 seconds. You just have to remember the 5 criteria. So your 30 seconds starts now. By the way, while you are answering, typing, and thinking, I'll be talking on the background. So by the way, you have to remember the 5 criteria that I have mentioned earlier, and it should be clearly stated. It should be ethical. It should be feasible. It should be there should be some reason about it, and also like what I've mentioned, it should be doable. And in making also action research questions, I hope that it's clear. It's clear in a way that sa isang basahan lang alam na ng reader mo kung ano yung pwede or possible na nasagot sa research mo. Kasi when I will be reading researches or articles, one of the things that I will check is the question. How these questions are relevant to the study also. Okay, so yes, let's try to check what are the possible. It doesn't mean po kung hindi po nabanggit dito yung mga kasagutan natin, it doesn't mean it's wrong, okay? Because you have your different schools man. So let's just try lang. Here, number one possible question here is that what is the scores or the academic performance in Earth and Life Science of grade 11 learners using the online teaching? So here, medyo vague lang po siya kasi we could also be using your school or using online teaching in, for me, Sultan Ali Dimapurok Memorial Integrated School. And then what would be the other question? Is there a significant difference in the scores in Earth and Life Science between the pre-test and the post-test of the learners using online teaching in Sultan Ali Dimapurok Memorial Integrated School? So in this particular questions, himay-himayin natin if na-fit ba siya sa criteria. Okay? So we're talking about the scores. The first question, you're talking about the scores, is specific naman. So anong subject, Earth and Life Science, anong intervention or anong approach ang gagawin? It's the online teaching. Ang kulang lang dito is the place or the school where you're going to conduct your study. In my case, it's in my school, Sultan Ali Dimapurok Memorial Integrated School. And then the next one is there a significant difference in the scores between the pre-test and the post-test? In here po, wala po siya. I'm in this particular question, alam mo na si action researcher hindi nagko-compare ng two groups. So he or she is using one group only, and then tinry lang po niya yung pre-test and post-test ng learnings based on the online teaching. In yung lugar, it could be, if it's a school-wide, then, or school level, school-based action research, then you can have your school. But if it's division or district, then you can mention your district or division. So what hypothesis we could make out of this? So pwede po natin gawan ng hypothesis. Second question, there is a significant difference in the scores or the academic performance in Earth and Life Science between yung pre-test natin and yung post-test natin of the learners using online teaching. And then, ano po yung null? There is no significant difference in the scores for academic performance in Earth and Life Science between the pre-test and the post-test of the learners using online teaching. So, as I have mentioned earlier, you want to nullify or the reject the null hypothesis so that you will accept the hypothesis. Okay? So I hope we are all clear with it. Let's move on now to the reminder. Don't worry po, medyo, I think we are almost done with this topic. So as a reminder, dear teachers, participants, null and research hypotheses are particularly used for action research using the experimental design, where the variables of interest are quantitative in nature. So as I have mentioned earlier, as a I am a researcher. I am an action researcher that loves the quantitative research because for me, having an intervention and then getting the scores of my learners is easier to identify if your intervention help the learners. But of course, both it's depend naman po sa interest natin. So, reminder lang po, yung null and research hypothesis is usually used in the experimental design. If there is usually numerical data or quantitative in nature, so more likely you are going to use the null and research hypothesis. But paano naman po yung qualitative? Ito na. However, for action research using qualitative design, it is enough to present only the research hypothesis. So there's no need na po for you to have the null hypothesis. Research hypothesis would do. Okay, for example, this is an example for the qualitative research design. If a teacher wants to see the effect of group work on the social skills of learners, the research question may be stated like this. How do group activities help students develop social skills? So, the research hypothesis for this particular statement would be group work helps develop friendship, cooperation, and empathy among learners. That's already your research hypothesis. Kasi yung intervention po na ginawa natin is yung group work or group activities kasi you want to know how these group activities develop their social skills. So maybe you already have in mind or based on your research na yung group activities pala could develop the friendship, cooperation, and empathy to them. Is there a need for you to have a null hypothesis on the qualitative design? No. Research hypothesis would do. Okay. So I believe we're clear. So let's just have a recap of everything that we had discussed. Again, there are 5 criteria that we have mentioned, and we have to bear in mind this criteria because this is important for you to have or for you to have a quality action research questions or a clear action research questions. First one, it should be clearly stated. Next is it should be significant, ethical, feasible, leads to making an action. Ito po yung 5. And of course, we have also discussed the 2 types of action research questions, the qualitative research questions and the quantitative research questions. And we have discussed also the hypothesis, how to make hypothesis, and what are the possible hypotheses you could make out of your research questions. So thank you everyone for today's discussion. Again, this is Warner Beauty Ponte. I am a senior high school teacher from Sultan Ali di Mapuro Memorial Integrated Schools. I'm so proud of my school. It's located in SND to those who haven't known my school. It's located in Bauyan, SND Lanao del Norte. And if you have questions related to today's topic, you can have my personal email, which is reponte.corner@gmail.com. Don't worry po, I am responsive. That's why I'm using my personal email kasi pumapop up po siya. So, wish you have a great day everyone and goodbye.
Today, I will be talking about sampling methods. So, sampling methods are required for us to select samples from the population. So before that, we are going to have our objectives. The first objective is that at the end of the session, we need to differentiate random and non-random sampling procedure in selecting participants for action research. Next, we need to describe different random and non-random sampling methods. And next is we need to determine appropriate sampling procedure and sample size for different research questions. So we have here, before we are going to talk about samples, we need to talk about population. So in this slide, we can see that population, that the sample is under the accessible population. The accessible population is under the target population, and the target population is under the entire population. So what do these terms mean? So population is a very large group of individuals that is the main focus of the research. While target population is the entire group of individuals you can apply your action research to solve problems. For example, since we are teachers or educators, our population is the learners of the Department of Education. When we talk about target population, what particular kind of learners we are going to use, or shall we say we are going to apply our action research. So an example of this are the non-readers. We want to solve the reading problem of the non-readers. Therefore, the non-readers of the Department of Education is our target population. Next is accessible population. Accessible population refers to the population within the accessible reach of the researcher. For example, since our target population are the learners who are classified as non-readers in the Department of Education, our accessible population here are the non-readers of the Division of Lanao del Norte, because they are within our reach. We can reach them because they are reachable through proximity and also by authority, because we can directly go to them by asking permission from our school's division superintendent. And from the accessible population, we can now get our samples. So the samples are the participants of the study. So diri na ta mo pili og who are we going to subject our intervention, or who are going to be exposed to our intervention from the sample. So gikan siya sa accessible population. Once again, the sample is under the accessible population. So we can get the samples from the accessible population. We can get the accessible population from the target population, and we can get the target population from the entire population. So this is the diagram of that. So we need to identify first the population before getting the samples. Now, the problem is, if we have the population, why do we need to sample? Why do we need sampling procedure? We can directly go to the population and then conduct the study, right? Well, that is almost impossible and impractical, because the entire population is composed of a lot of individuals within and within our reach. Some of them are within our reach and some of them are not within our reach. That's why we need to sample. And also, it is impractical in the sense that we have what we call the term saturation in research. What do we mean by saturation? Saturation means that the data, or shall we say the responses of the respondents or the participants are just redundant. You do not need to gather more data because all of their answers to your questionnaire are already the same again and again. And now we're going to talk about the types of sampling methods. So the first is random sampling, which means each member of the accessible population has an equal probability or chance of being chosen as participant. So dili siya limited. Anyone from the accessible population pwede siya mahimong participant sa study. On the other hand, non-random sampling has in non-random sampling, the members of the accessible population do not have equal chance of being selected. So in this case, we will establish the exclusion and inclusion criteria. So nganong sila ra? So we cannot include everyone from the accessible population as participant. So the kinds of random sampling are these four. First is simple random sampling. Second is stratified random sampling. Next is random clustered sampling. And last is two or multi-stage random sampling. So what is simple random sampling? From the name itself, it is a simple random sampling. All the names of accessible population are put in one list or in one box or jar. Actually, there are a lot of softwares for simple random sampling online applications. And then they are drawn one at a time. For example, so if you have a study of learners' attitudes towards mathematics, so you are just going to assign all the names of your learners with a particular number, which is then drawn one at a time. For example, you draw from the box or the jar number 20. Therefore, number 20 here is Helen. She is now identified as participant of your study. Then again, you are going to draw, and then you've drawn number 27, which is Lucille. Therefore, Lucille is a participant of your study. Then to number 29, you've drawn again, and then you've drawn number 29. Therefore, Gils is a participant of your study because he is number 29. And in that way, you are just simply randomly selecting participants from a box or a jar or an online application. Actually, there are a lot of online applications for simple random sampling. You just search from the Google simple random sampling generator. So there are a lot of applications there or programs. Next is the stratified random sampling. The accessible population is divided into subgroups called strata, such as males and females. Random sample is taken from each group proportionately. So the proportion of this depends on the action researcher, provided that he can justify the proportion. For example, in this accessible population, we are going to use the master teachers. So ours, we want to conduct action research of the challenges in developing an action research of master teachers in Lanao del Norte. Therefore, our accessible population are the master teachers. Now we want to have a proportionate number of participants from the master teacher positions. Therefore, the accessible population from the accessible population, we need to have a strata of master teacher 1, master teacher 2, and master teacher 3. So, for example, as a researcher, I'm going to have the proportion from the master teacher 1, I need to get 40%, master teacher 2, 40%, and master teacher 3, 20%. Therefore, if I want to have 100 participants, I need to get 40 from the master teacher 1 group, 40 from the master teacher 2 group, and 20 from the master teacher 3 group. So those randomly selected participants from the strata are now my samples or participants of the study. So that's it. That's stratified random sampling. Next is random cluster sampling. In this sampling procedure, groups and not individuals are randomly selected. This assumption is that all members of selected groups have similar characteristics. This procedure is suitable when the population is very large or spread over a large geographical area. An example for this is a region-wide action research. You cannot individually select pupils. For example, you wanted to provide an intervention for the dropouts. Why are they dropping out? So you need to provide intervention for them. You cannot individually select pupils from the entire region because that would be impractically impossible, right? So what you're going to do is that you are going to select what particular schools division you are going to conduct your study. And then in that division, all of the dropouts, you are going to provide intervention. So that's the sense of random cluster sampling. In a wide geographical area, or shall I say spread over, the participants are spread over in an over large geographical area, you just need to select the cluster rather than the individual. So in that sense. So last kind of random sampling is the two-stage or multi-stage random sampling. Clusters are randomly selected, and from them, individuals are then selected. For example, you wanted to study about the effects of social media to the performance of learners. So regional study, that's a regional study. So you cannot really go to Miss Or, one learner from Miss Or, get one learner from Miss Or, get one learner from Miss Ok, get one learner from Ozamis, get one learner from Lanao del Norte. You cannot do that. However, you can decide what particular schools division you are going to go to conduct your study, and then from that schools division, you are going to select an individual pupil in order for you to select the participants. So in that sense, you are doing two-stage random sampling. So first, you are going to select first the cluster, and from that cluster, select the individual. That's the two-stage or multi-stage random sampling. So we are now on the non-probability sampling. We're in not all members of the accessible population have the chance to be selected as participants. So in purposive sampling, the participants are selected on the basis of certain characteristics that they might have, which are crucial to the purpose of the study. Therefore, the keyword here in purposive sampling is purpose. You have the purpose why they are selected as samples. So in establishing the purpose, you need to have the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Why them and why only them? Nganong sila o nganong sila raman? For example, if you want to conduct if you want to test the effectiveness of an intervention to non-readers, you do not need to include those pupils in the independent level or instructional level in the field area. All you have to do is to gather, or shall we say, select those students who are non-readers in your school. And that is purposive sampling. Because you have inclusion criteria, you selected the non-readers because they are the ones who can be an experimental participant of your intervention. And why only them? Because they are only the non-readers of your school. And that's it. So in purposive sampling, you need to have exclusion and inclusion criteria in order for it to be justified. Next is systematic sampling. So in the systematic sampling, before selecting the sample, the members of the accessible population are first organized in some sequence. For example, alphabetically. The action researcher then decides on a periodic interval to be used as guide in selecting participants. For example, he or she might decide to select every fifth name on the list of accessible population. The researcher can also randomly choose where to start counting. So an example for this is that if there are 50 students and the researcher only wants to involve 10 of them, then the interval will be 50 divided by 10 equals 5. So that's the interval. Therefore, the researcher will choose every fifth name on the list. So before choosing every fifth name, he should randomly select to start. So he should randomly select to start. For example, when he or she randomly selected to start with number 2, followed by number 7, 12, 17, and so on until 10 participants have been selected. Therefore, in systematic sampling, before you are going to apply the interval or periodic interval as guide in selecting participants, you need to have a random start. There should be a random start in order for the sampling procedure not to be subjective, and also to minimize sampling error. Next is accessible sampling. So accessible sampling, the sample consists of whoever is present or available or willing to participate in the action research or preliminary study. Actually, this is not a recommended kind of sampling procedure because the sample is not random. Therefore, may not fully represent the accessible population. There is some challenge to the researcher in terms of generalizing the problems and the findings, rather, to the population. For example, in this case, the researcher wants to conduct the study on how pets affect the performance of pupils in English, for example. So the researcher looked at her window and then saw a man or saw a kid having a dog, walking a dog. So she called him. So can you be my participant? And for action research, that is, for me, that is not a good practice. Because once again, in a non-random sampling, you need to have an exclusion and inclusion criteria. Dapat clear siya ang imuhang nganong siya imong gipili and justifiable siya in a way. Next is snowball sampling. Snowball sampling is also known as referral sampling. This type of sampling is usually applied for interviews conducted as preliminary study prior to an action research. The first interviewee is asked to refer another person who can be interviewed. In doing so, the researcher manages to put together the potential recipients of the intervention or treatment being planned. This snowball sampling is very appropriate, most especially if the participants of the study are not usual. Dili ka to silang dali makita. For example, is we want to study on the causes or reasons of drug addiction to the students here in Lanao del Norte. So we cannot directly pinpoint that that student is a drug addict, diba? So we need to have first one student. We just only need to select one student who is or was a drug addict or addicted to drugs. So after that, the student will refer another person who can be interviewed, and that particular person will refer another person again, so on and so on. So in that way, you can have a, a justifiable number of participants in your study, despite the difficulty of finding the samples. So snowball sampling. So once again, why is it snowball? Diba? Daghan siya nangutana niyo. Why is it snowball? Diba? Fishbowl, snowball. Why is it snowball? So when we talk about making a snowball, sa Amerika man gud siya nag-originate. So when we talk about the snowball, you cannot make a snowball directly. We need to pile snows. So gamay siya nga snow, sunod na pod pile until such mahimo na siyang snowball. So that's why it's called snowball sampling. We are going to pile first. Dapat maka-identify lang kag isa ka sample and then mag-pile na dayon tong different samples. So that's the snowball sampling. Now we need to consider ethics also in the sampling procedure. In considering ethics, we need to have these two ethical considerations. First is the informed consent. So informed consent, prior to selecting and including any student as participant in an action research, one must first seek permission from the adults who have been entrusted with their care and protection. So this might mean asking parents or guardians to allow their wards to be part of the study, particularly when an intervention or treatment is to be applied or when sensitive information will be sought from or about them. So we need to inform the learners and also we need to inform the parents. So naa siya informed consent ihatag sa learners, apoy parents consent ihatag sa parents. Next is that the permission of the principal or head of the school should also be required. An informed consent signed by the parent or guardian may suffice for research purposes. However, this might have to be sought way ahead of time before commencing the action research or preliminary study. Another thing also, if the participants of the study seek to stop, or shall we say, refuse the action research in the middle of the conduct of the action research, he or she might do so. Dili ka pwede makabot sa iya. For example, gusto niya muundang sa iyang action research, sa imong action research, ina siya ganahan, pwede. And also, if he or she has finished the action research, but then dili niya gusto ibutang iyang data dito, pwede po din siya. So you should include that in your informed consent, that they are free to back out anytime they want. So, ano siya. Next is right to privacy and confidentiality. What is the difference between the two? Privacy is for the participant, while confidentiality is for the data. So each student has a right to privacy. So any information about him or her, or any response obtained from or about him or her, must be kept confidential. The researcher may have secured their consent and permission prior to collecting the data from the students. However, this does not mean that he or she is at liberty to divulge that their identities and whatever data was elicited from them. All information must be kept in utmost confidentiality. And also, raw data must be kept under lock and key, and names of students must be replaced by code names or code numbers. It is the duty of the researcher to ensure that the privacy of each student is honored and maintained. So I guess that would end my discussion this day. So again, thank you for listening, and I hope you've learned a lot about sampling methods or procedures. Thank you and God bless.
And today we are going to talk about preparing data for analysis. So again, I am Warner Biriponte and I am a teacher, a senior high school teacher from Sultan Ali Dimapuro Memorial Integrated School. So of course, today's objectives is there are a lot of objectives that we're going to achieve for today's discussion. The first is we're going to identify documents and materials that can be used as data or sources of data. So of course, as an action researcher or as a researcher itself, we need to have data for our study. So with that, we're going to identify ano po yung mga documents na pwede nating gamitin for our study or for our research. Next, we're going to differentiate primary and secondary sources. I have mentioned already the sources of data. So mayroon po palang dalawang sources ng data natin, which is the primary and secondary sources. Next is we're going to justify the importance of external and internal criticism when using documents and materials as data or sources of data. So before we are going to use the data or the sources, the primary and secondary sources, we need to have an external and internal criticism muna para siya i-include sa study natin. And then lastly, we're going to select documents and materials that can serve as data and or major sources of data according to action research topics. So like what I have mentioned earlier, there are materials or documents or data that you have as an action researcher. So we're going to select which data should be used and then prepare for analysis. So our main topic is preparing your data for analysis. Hindi po muna nag-analyze, but you are going to prepare po muna on analyzing for preparation for analysis. Okay, so let's move on. Why do we need to prepare the data? So sorry about that. Why we need to prepare data? These are the three main reasons for me. First is it fixes errors quickly. Kasi if we don't prepare our data, when we run it or when we analyze it, baka merong result na hindi mo gusto because merong kamalian na nagawa sa data mo because you did not prepare for it. Next is to produce top quality data. So like what I have mentioned, it is better for us to prepare data before analysis for us to have a top quality data. Para sure yung data mo is from the respondents and they answered it. They answered maybe your survey questionnaire fully at wala pong errors. And then lastly, if you already have, if you're confident with your data, kasi na-prepare mo na, walang errors, and then you have already a good data, then that's the last part na pwede nating magawa is to make better decisions. So out of that, makakagawa ka na ng decision based on your study or based on the data na nirun mo or na analyze mo. Okay? So yes. So of course, the key understanding for this topic is first one, documents and materials can be used as data or sources of data. I have mentioned already that there are a lot of documents and sources that could be used. I have mentioned the two, the primary and secondary. And next, let's go to next, which is related. There are primary and secondary documentary and material sources, and each of these should undergo both external and internal criticism prior to inclusion as data and or source of data for the action research. Kaya nga nung sabi ko, meron tayong data or sources of data, dalawa, yung primary and secondary. Before you will include the primary and secondary po, you have to, you have to undergo it external and internal criticism before you include it in your action research. Okay, and Lastly, I have mentioned it already in my talk, in my last talk. Ethics should be observed when using documents and materials and data and or sources of data. It is very important for you as an action researcher to be ethical in using the data that you have. Bias, and you should not change it para po sa atin. Because it's useless po. Kahit po yung data natin, alam natin na yung data is hindi siya pabor sa intervention na ginawa natin. The good thing about it is maybe this kind of intervention is not applicable to your learners. And it will still add to the pool of knowledge naman, hindi mawawalang bahala yung study or action research natin, since although it's not favorable sa hypothesis natin or sa gusto nating gawin, still makaka-add naman siya ng knowledge as in general, because there are a lot of aspects why this particular intervention that you use is not applicable to these learners. And so that's why we should be ethical. Okay, so let's move on first to the review. Let's review the 4 levels of scales of measurement. I know in your basic statistics in your undergrad, or some of you in your masters also, and some of you having your PhD, I know balik-balik na ni ang scales of measurement, but let's try to review it. We would know na dayon the data that we have, and will identify what level of scales of measurement ito. So there are 4. The first one is nominal. The second one is ordinal. The third one is interval. And of course, the last one is ratio. We will talk first on the nominal. What is nominal? Nominal means in this level of measurements, the numbers in the variable are used only to classify the data. Numbers are used for labeling. So, yung number po represent something, usually used for label. Yung number po nito is hindi naman sa walang value, but it signifies something. Halimbawa, if you have gender, you have male and female, you can have 1 as male, 2 as female. Tanong, bakit hindi na lang gamitin yung male or female? Sagot dyan, it's easier for you in encoding part. Kasi yung encoding natin, you usually, nag-i-encode tayo sa spreadsheet or sa SPSS. If you're familiar with the SPSS, I know all, if not all, then most of you are familiar with the SPSS. In the SPSS po, it's better if we will label or we will use numbers as label. Kaysa po i-encode pa po natin yung male at female. So we would know that this 1 is male and 2 is female. Another example would be the hair color. I have a black, and then maybe some participants have blue, green, yellow, or hair color. So you can use 1 for black, 2 for the green, 3, and so on and so forth. So the numbers here are just used for labeling. Gets? So if the numbers are used for labeling, it's nominal levels of measurement. Next, the ordinal. In the ordinal naman, this this level of measurement depicts some ordered relationships among the variables observation. And then in the ordinal level, numbers not only serve as label, but also indicate some kind of ranking. This time, kung ang nominal po is just label lang, alam natin na 1 is male and 2 is female. In the ordinal po, they use numbers as label, pero may bigat po yun. Parang may ranking na nagaganap. I will give you an example. On a survey, you might code educational attainment. You can have 0 as less than high school, 1 as some high school, 2 as high school degree, 3 as some college, 4 as college degree, 5 post-college. And then in this measure, obviously, the higher the numbers mean more education. So, mas mataas. Although, pag sabihin natin, ginamit siya na label, so sabihin ko 4, so it means, anong katumbas nito? So, college degree siya. So, college degree siya, we can say that it's higher compared to 3 because yung 3 natin is some college. Halimbawa, okay, halimbawa, in our lesson, the question or survey question sa estudyante natin, how do you feel about my lesson? Pwede natin gawin yung ordinal. 1, pwedeng not very happy or unhappy. We'll use unhappy na lang. Sorry. The question is, how do you feel about our lesson? So, 1 is very unhappy si estudyante, 2 is unhappy, 3 just so-so, yeah, middle naman yan, 4 is very just happy lang, and then 5 is very happy. So in that sense, if you are giving survey to your learners, then they could, if they will answer 5 or 4, then you would know, ito pala yung feelings ng estudyante natin, ng estudyante mo sa lesson mo. And you would know na if it is 4 point something, if you will get the average, if it's 4 point something, then you would know nga na mas maraming happy or very happy sa lessons mo compare sa hindi happy. That's also, that's on the analysis part na pala. Sorry. Okay. So next is, let's move on to the interval. In the interval level of measurement, not only classifies and orders the measurements, but it also specifies that the distance between each interval on the scale are equivalent along the scale from low interval to high interval. So one example for this is the measure of the temperature, of course, in Fahrenheit and Celsius. So the distance from 30 to 40 is the same as distance from 70 to 80. So the interval between values is uninterpretable. So we can say that this the distance from 30 to 40 is just the same with the 70 to 80. But in the interval level data can be used in calculations, but we cannot compare them. Comparison cannot be done in the interval level. So I'll give you more example on this on the interval because we'll have short activities, and then maybe it will be clearer. Next, let's go to ratio. Ratio, in this level of measurement, the observations, in addition to having equal intervals, can have a value of 0 as well. But the 0 in this scale makes this type of measurement unlike the other types of measurement. Why? Because 0, a value of 0 means the complete absence of the trait. Mayroon na po yung parang may kabuluhan na po si 0. It's not it's not the same with the others. Because, okay, let's go to nominal. When we say 0, 0 could be used for 0 could be used, pwede natin siyang email, and 1 is female. So the number or the 0 can be used. And then for the nominal naman, or the ordinal rather, we can also use that. And then for the interval, for example, for the temperature, 0 is not the absence because meron pa pong sumunod na mga na negative. Example, -1 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit has value pa. So here, when we say 0 here, it is the complete absence of the trait. So mostly, if you have quizzes or achievement test, pre-test, post-test, it's in ratio na po. The level of scales of measurement po niyan is ratio. Why? I'll give you an example. For multiple choice statistical final exam scores are here. 80, 68, 20, and 92 out of a possible 100 points. The data can be put in order from the lowest 20 to highest. Can we compare them? Yes. Does 0 has value? Merong importansya yung 0 niya kasi when you will get a 0 in your exam, it means really 0. If you have a 100 item quiz or exam, then we can say yung 0 is 0, ang 100, 100. And we can also say that the 50 is twice, or 100 is twice as your 50 score. So, yes po, if you are doing your quantitative action research, the pre-test and post-test ratio na po yung value na yan. Kasi, yun yung kasi, usually when I attend seminars on especially on action research, sa statistical na part yung pag-enter na ng sa SPSS, most participants, even I, including po yung sarili ko, medyo maano kami, we will question ourselves, so ano ba yung levels of or skills of measurement, ganito, si ganito. So by this, as a review, I hope we are now, or I am of help na aware po tayo now when we talk about our achievement test, then more likely it's a ratio level of measurement. Okay, so I believe we're done. As a recap, there are 4 levels of measurement. The first one is nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio. So how about let's do this activity I have mentioned earlier. Well, in this exercise, you are asked to decide which level of measurement of correct or nominal, ordinal, interval, or ratio for each example. So what I want you to do, I want you to go to your chat box and comment your answer, and maybe give reasons also, para naman natin mapag-usapan or ma-prove natin kung bakit yun yung sinagot natin. Okay? So maybe I could give you 10 seconds or 20 seconds for each for each number, and then let's try to discuss kung bakit ganyan, or bakit ganyan yung level of measurement niya. Sige. First, course grades. Course grades, we have A, B, C, D. Course grades, usually when you have courses, so usually your trainer will have an A grade and B or C and D. So yeah, you can actually start typing or what level of measurement is that? Yes po. Okay, let's reveal. 10 seconds na siguro. Okay, so let's reveal. It is ordinal. Why ordinal? Course grades po, the A, B, C, D, are indicators of quality of students' performance and are ordered. So this is an example of ordinal level of measurement. So more likely based on the quality of students or participants. So if you are A, so you are, we can say, depende. Hindi naman na-specify dito. Pwede ding D yung excellent student. So halimbawa lang, as a researcher, pwede kong sabihin, si A are excellent students. Si B, not so excellent. Just so-so, and so on and so forth. So in this case, this is ordinal. Okay, so very good sa mga nakakuha. And then don't worry sa hindi nakakuha, there are still more to go. How about this one? Commute times. Commute times, it's in minutes, of course. Commute times from maybe from your school to your house. Yes, we have 10 seconds while I'm talking. Your 10 seconds starts now. Well, my commute times from I live in Iligan City. Share MECQ kami ngayon. The commute times is from here to my school is about 3 hours. How much is that in minutes? Maybe 180 minutes. Pero hindi po ako araw-araw umuwi. Weekly naman po. Pero I don't know po if sa what happened right now. Sana okay na po ito. Yes. Okay, so time's up. Let's reveal the answer. It's ratio po. Why? Minutes or some other unit of time like days, hours, and seconds is at ratio level of measurement because it has an absolute zero value and the difference between values is meaningful. So halimbawa, the difference between 60 and 70 minutes is the same as 10 and 20 minutes. And 20 minutes is twice as 40. 40. So it means po, when we say yung commute times natin is 0, then wala po tayo, hindi po tayo nag-commute. Siguro, anong ginawa natin sa school tayo, nagstay. That's why there's no commute times. So that's the point po. The 0 is the absence of the variables or the commute times in this matter. Next, how about the health status? Health status, we have excellent, average, or poor. So can you type your answer now? Let's try. Yeah, if you have, I believe I am excellent, although umuubo ako ngayon. Don't worry po, I am in excellent condition. Okay, siguro, yes, so let's try to reveal what health status is. It's ordinal. Why? This is an example of an ordinal level of measurement because it consists of levels in order or magnitude. So, but the distance between levels is not quantifiable. So it's not possible for us to say or to determine whether the difference between excellent and average is the same with the magnitude as the difference between the average and the poor. And also, in coding, for halimbawa, gusto mo talaga ng health status, and in coding also, you can represent numbers from excellent, average, poor instead of writing it on your data sheet, not by numbers, maybe 3, 2, and 1. 3 is an excellent, 2 is average, and 1 is poor in that manner. Okay? So, meron pa sa hindi nakakasagot or sa naubusan ng oras. We still have 2 more to go. Let's try. How about gender? Na-discuss na po yan. Maybe 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, gender po is, yeah, I have mentioned earlier, nominal. Gender is at the nominal level of measurement because nominal variables allow a researcher to distinguish between 2 or more classes of an attribute by name, and there is no order associated with values on nominal variables. So, like what I have mentioned earlier, yung gender na kinode mo as 1 and 2, male or female, it represents only, it classifies labels only. It does not mean na mas 2 man si female is mas stronger si female. It does not do that. It's in the ordinal naman if ganun na yung nangyari. Tama? Okay. So last one is body temperature. It's in degrees Fahrenheit. Nag-give ko na pala na example to. But here, the main reason why inulit ko to, because I have mentioned already that this is interval. The temperature in degrees F is at the interval levels because there is no absolute 0 and values of temperature cannot be expressed as ratios. Like what I have mentioned, after zeros, there are negative values, and negative values in Fahrenheit or in body temperature in Fahrenheit or in Celsius has values. So, sorry. But the temperature on the Kelvin, we're familiar with the Kelvin when we are in high school, maybe our teachers convert the Fahrenheit and Celsius to Kelvin. This is the ratio level. Why? Because pag sabihin po nating 0 Kelvin, 0 po talaga yun. It means like walang, that's the lowest. It does not have. There is an absence of the temperature. And 1, 2, 3. So if we will talk about Kelvin. Okay? So I believe we are quite clear with this part. So, well, congratulations, everyone. You did a great job, but we're not done yet. We will move on to the next discussion or to the next part. The next part is, I have mentioned a while ago that it is very important for us to identify what are our sources of data. And how are we going to identify the sources of our data? So there are 2 types. We have the primary source, the primary source and the secondary source. I'm going to discuss to you first our primary source. A primary source is anything that gives you direct evidence about the people, events, or phenomena that you are researching. Primary sources will usually be the main objects of your analysis. Sa madaling salita, yung primary source po natin, ito po yung nasa research instrument po natin. Yun po yung primary source of data natin. Gets? Halimbawa, if you are researching for the past, you cannot directly access it to yourself because historians, I've known some historians na nagre-research sila on their research actually, they are dependent on the time where by the participants or the witnesses. It includes letters, photographs, or newspaper. But if you are researching something current, like what we are doing as an action researcher in DepEd, for me personally, we are looking, our primary sources can either be qualitative or quantitative data that you collect during interviews, surveys, and experiments. Yun yung sabi ko, normally, if I have an intervention, of course, as an intervention, meron po tayong research instruments. And then after that, yung research instruments natin, we have achievement test po, you have our interventions and all. These are now our primary source. Yun po yun. Then now, in the qualitative action research, your primary source could be, here are your primary source: interview transcripts, recording of speeches, newspapers and magazines, social media posts on maybe on particular topics. So more likely qualitative research deals with social sciences or deals with the behaviors. Honestly, I haven't done an action research or a qualitative type of action research, but I'm very much willing to open my heart in qualitative, so I would know. But so let's move on. How about on the quantitative? These are empirical studies or statistical data. So these are your primary source of data. Okay. So since we're clear with our primary source, let's now move on to secondary source. What are secondary sources? Well, a secondary source is anything that describes, interprets, evaluates, and analyzes information from primary source. So when we say secondary source, these are now your books, articles that you have read or reviewed, so that it will help in your analysis, or it will help also support your primary source. What are the examples? Examples are books, articles, and documentaries that synthesize information on a topic. Next, synopsis and descriptions of artistic works. Another one, encyclopedias, textbooks that summarize information and ideas. Then reviews and essays that evaluate or interpret something. So therefore, your secondary sources are the sources that would somewhat support your primary, because it will help describes or interprets and evaluates some information from your primary sources. Okay, so I guess we're clear. So the types of data that we have are the primary source and secondary source. Now the question is, paano natin i-include, or how sure are we with our primary and secondary sources? Pwede ba siyang i-include sa action research natin? Pwede ba siyang i-support sa study mo? Well, dito na mag-i-insert si external and internal criticism. Lahat po ng research natin, or lahat po ng data rather, and sources, it should undergo external and internal criticism. Dapat ba ibang tao yung magagawa nito? Actually, you yourself would do it. could do it as long as you have the guide on how to criticize your sources. First is we'll talk about external criticism. Well, it's sometimes called the lower criticism. Why? It's because the genuineness of the document and the form and appearance, and more particularly to question of authorship, textual circumstances such as time, place, and purpose are being criticized. Halimbawa, if you have an article, mhm, so you will just check the date, kung ano bang date na to, pwede ba siyang i-include. So if you are an action researcher, then it should be, if you're doing it in 2020, at least yung mga articles natin or and past research na and include natin as our secondary source would be at least 10 years or 2010 up, right? And then the place and also the purpose. You're also going to check the source itself. Kasi marami po maraming sources online, but we're not sure if it's a good source. So that's why we have to do external criticism. Okay? Yeah. So I believe we are clear with external criticism. Let's move on now to internal criticism. Paano po tayo mag-criticize internally? Deep down. Okay. It is sometimes called as higher criticism. So the meaning and trustworthiness of the contents of the documents, the value and worth of its contents, its literal meaning, and the reliability of the statements themselves. This time, it is more on what kung ano yun na po yung laman ng sources natin. We're going to criticize that one. If okay ba siya i-include or reliable ba siya. Halimbawa, if you will have your primary source, maybe if you are doing interview, yes, in your interview, one way to internally criticize that is to check particular statements of your respondents. And then if it's relevant to your study. And another thing is that if it's a secondary sources, same, you will going to, of course, read the documents and data, and then try to ask ourselves if this contents is applicable to your study. Okay, so I believe we are clear with the external and internal criticism. So let's now move on po to the preliminary sorting and cleaning of data. So as a review lang muna, medyo mahaba-haba na yung discussion natin. As a review lang muna, we're done with the levels of measurement. We're done with our data. What are the types of data? Kung saan natin pwedeng kukunin yung data natin. We have the primary source and the secondary source also. And the next is we have to do external and internal criticism with the data that we have. And this time, I'm going to talk about the preliminary sorting and cleaning of data. Halimbawa, meron na tayong data. Ano ang gagawin natin dito? Labay. Just kidding. Well, the best thing we could do is to sort it out and clean our data. So before encoding quantitative or qualitative data for analysis, we must first sort them to ensure that only those that will be useful for analysis are encoded. Why? What do you mean by that? Because before, for instance, when we administer questionnaires to large groups of students, some respondents may, simply write their name, did not answer the questionnaire, and some also may respond to only few items, and they choose randomly. So therefore, pwede ang mangyayari, there's no response to your questions and incomplete response. So anong gagawin nun? We are going to exclude these questionnaires. So what if you only have 30 learners as your respondents, and then yung 30 natin hindi pa nagawa yun, hindi pa in-answer, or yung isa or dalawa hindi pa naayos na nasagutan yung questionnaires natin. So therefore, makukulang na po yun. So that's why we need to, anong gagawin? So we need to exclude the questionnaires and properly dispose of them so that only these complete ones will proceed to the encoding part. And as much as possible though, we should not have exclude any data kasi yun, sayang po yun kung if ma-invalid siya. So, anong gagawin? Simple lang. For example, if you administer the pre-test and the post-test, or survey, the best thing we would do is we can simply look over the questionnaires when your learners or students is magpasa na. If magpasa na, then you will just check you if meron ba na bang name na complete na nasagutan ba lahat. Then if not, then you can just call the attention of the learners who have skipped the answer, or who have forgot writing names, or kung anumang data ang kulang. That's the simplest way to do. Kasi we don't want, like what I have mentioned earlier, we don't want to exclude any data. So yeah, that's how we sort our data. So since na-sort na natin, we're now sure, halimbawa, sure na tayo na itong data ko or ito yung mga questionnaires ko is okay na. Let's now move on to the cleaning part. So once encoding has been completed, na-encode mo na yun, we will also have to go through the process of cleaning. Ano ba yung cleaning natin? This refers to the process of modifying or removing data that are incomplete, incorrect, replicated, or entered in a wrong format. So we have to double check, because kahit po ikaw na yung pinakamagaling na encoder, if we will not do the cleaning part, mayroong tendency po na yung data na in-encode natin is na-replicate siya, or nagkamali talaga yung pag-encode natin. At anong mangyayari? Makaka-apekto po yun sa pag-analyze ng data. That's why. Okay, I will give an example. The main reason why we need to do this, because we need to find out which data and points are erroneously entered and make the correction before the data are subjected to analysis. Sabi ko na nga po. So you have to make sure na yung data mo na encode mo ng tama, because this is what we call, there is one example of this by expecting the so-called outliers. Ano yung outliers? These are extreme values, either too high or too low, that seem to be impossible. Okay, and I'll give you an example. Halimbawa, na-encode mo na. When you encode, you will do cleaning. So, when you do the cleaning, if you will check the pre-test, nakita mo yung score nila na pre-test, merong, and then yung pre-test natin is 30 items, tapos merong nakakuha ng 30 when you do the cleaning. Do you think it is possible to get 30? Posible yon. Pero if hindi ka if you did not do the cleaning, pwedeng ang pre-test pala is mali. So, if duda mo na pre-test lang, naka 30 na siya, over 30, that's perfect score, you will go to your questionnaire or to your data, i-check mo kung tama siya. What if 3 lang pala yon, tapos na-encode mo nagkamali ka, so naging 30 siya, so 30, so it has an effect na sa data mo for analysis. So that's why cleaning is very important. Pero question, what if 30 jud ang bata, then bright ang bata? Wala na tayong magagawa doon. So like what I have mentioned, if there are outliers, they are so-called outliers, just leave as it is, because it's normal to have it. Because maybe genius yun imong bata, kay pre-test pa lang, kay 30 na siya in that particular achievement test that you did in your action research. Okay? So since we're done now with the encoding, we are also done with the cleaning. So we can now ask, saan po ba tayo code? Well, coding of quantitative instruments or items is done on spreadsheet. So you can have spreadsheet or SPSS if you're familiar with it. So doon po tayo mag-coding. So now, the question is how to code. Paano po tayo, paano natin i-enter sa, ano ba to? Sa spreadsheet yung data natin. So let's move on. We'll help you. I'll help you. Maybe give you an example on how to do it. So let's just say that we have the following data about a group of 20 learners. So your N here is 20. And of course, they have ID numbers. Na-arrange mo na yan. They have their gender. They have also the score in English test. So the question is, paano mo ito i-code? So one way to code it is this is a simpler guide. Simpler lang po. If you have other sources or may ma-research kayo on other way of coding it, then much better. So this is one way for you to code your quantitative data. Okay. First column, you have columns, tama? First column, you have also your maybe let's go back to this. There are 3 variables, tama? We have the ID number, the gender, and the English test. So columns na yan. There are 3 columns, 1, 2, 3. Your variables, you have the ID, you have the gender, and the score. What's the label or what's the variable label here? You have the ID number, the gender, and the test score. What would be value? So as is, kasi po yung value naman natin ng ID number, hindi yan nag-change kung ano yung ID number mo, yun na yun. And then, for the gender, dito na po natin gagamitin yung nominal level of measurement. Since level of measurement is nominal, so we can, instead of, we can represent male and female as 1 and 2. Can label, we can say that the value 1 means male and that the 2 means female. And then what type level of measurement? Of course, it is nominal. The same with the ID. Okay, next, how about the third column? The third column would be your score. And of course, the variable with that would be test score, as is ang value. Kasi, and then, of course, like what I have mentioned, if it's test scores, usually it's more likely it's a ratio. So this is now how you are going to code your data. Ito na po yung nakita. If meron tayong data, pwede we can arrange it this way para mas madali natin i-analyze siya. So, well, sino ba yung mag-analyze? It's depend. Pwedeng ikaw or pwedeng someone that you know na pwedeng mag-analyze ng data mo. Okay? Or the SPSS itself. Or spreadsheet or Microsoft also can, ano ba, Excel, yeah, could actually analyze your data. So next, how about the qualitatives? I always talk about the quantitative because when we deal about numbers, quantitative kasi yun. But how about the qualitative? In the qualitative, analysis of qualitative data obtained from open-ended questions, interviews, observations, and documents does not involve statistical techniques. So encoding this is simpler and more straightforward. So, yun na nga. So responses are encoded word for word or verbatim according to each item number. And each response is then tagged by codes and then of course the source. So example, halimbawa, meron tayong sample responses. So we have the question. First question is, ano ang dahilan ng iyong pagpigil sa pag-aaral? So you have the ID number of the learners and then yung response. So, ano man yung response niya, pwedeng kung nakasulat man, so yun din yung isusulat natin. If it's interview type, kung ano yung na-record natin, narinig natin, yun din po yung i-encode natin. So that's that's already encoding part of the qualitative data. Diba? Madali lang yung qualitative. So sa quantitative, medyo nagugulahan pa siguro tayo. Don't worry. We have activities and I let you do it. Okay. So exercise, like what I have mentioned. So we have here math quiz scores of 20 grade 9 students in a remedial program. So first is I want you to make a model like this. Sample coding guide for quantitative instruments or items. And then ipakita ninyo, not really ipakita, but I hope you're doing it on your laptop or pwedeng sa papel if you have on how you make your encoding or your code book. So we have section A and section B. We have male, female, and then the scores. So obviously, let's count muna the variables that we have. I think there are 4 variables. Okay, let's sections. One na yan, section. That's already one variable. Male, female, that's another one. And then the scores, another one. That's another variable. So ano yung pang-apat? Well, the pang-apat is the ID number of these learners. So let's try, or I'm gonna give you maybe what 20 seconds, 20, 30 seconds maybe. So your timer starts now. You can make na lang po on your own po sa laptop ninyo or sa ano natin sa notebook pa po natin, and then if possible then if tama then we can keep it as our notes for our future use, and then if hindi naman, don't worry po, I will reveal the answer and let's discuss why the answer is like this. Okay? You just have to remember that there are 4 variables, and that 4 variables are sections or the ID muna. And then we have the sections, we have also the gender, and lastly are the scores. I guess we're done. Okay, thank you. Sa hindi pa po, don't worry po, sa hindi pa po natapos, we'll reveal this at least. Malalaman nyo naman po yung sagot. Okay, let's try. This is now your coding guide for your math quiz data. So there are 4 columns, sabi ko nga po. Why 4 columns? Because there are 4 variables. Yung ID natin, yung gender, yung section, and score. Ano ba yung variable label niyan? Of course, the first column, the ID is the ID number. Gender is gender, of course. The section is the section, and your score is the test score na ginawa nyo. And then your value, si ID number as is lang yan, it's because kung ano man yung ID number ng bata, hindi naman siya, no need naman siya change yung value niyan. And the next one is, we can assign using the nominal. We can assign 1 and 2 for male or female. And then this time, for the third column, we can also have 1 and 2 for the section. So when you say 1, section A na yan. So 2, section B na yan. Ganon. And then your test scores is as is kasi hindi pwedeng baguhin yung scores natin. So your value label, so we have mentioned, and then yung level of measurement. Of course, ID is nominal, gender is nominal, section is nominal, and then your ratio, your test scores is ratio. So now the encoded data should be encoded in the spreadsheet. I know we only have like a short time doing this activity, pero ito yung dapat magiging itsura niyan when you encode this in your spreadsheet or SPSS. I think on your SPSS you can encode this data in this manner. Okay, let's try. Let's reveal. Okay, I have mentioned there are 4 column. Tama? Port, ID, gender, section, quiz score. And then yung ID number, yan, depende. 1 to 20 kasi 20 naman. Yung gender, so it means kung 1, male pala to lahat. 2, female, and then same, so on. And then section, arranged, also 1, that is section A. And then 2, that's section B. That, kasi linagyan nyo na yung label. And then, yung scores naman, o depende sa scores nung nakuha nung mga bata. Okay? So, is it clear? Let's go back. Halimbawa, may data ka. Yung data na nakuha mo na dalawang section, we have section A and section B. Siguro yung intervention mo is comparison. Or in this example, this is a remedial class or a remedial program. You want to know if maybe sinong section ang mas nakakuha ng higher scores sa remedial class. So we can have 2 sections, the male and a female, of course, and then we also have the scores. Ito yung hitsura ng data mo. But when you put it on the spreadsheet or SPSS, you can use this guidebook and you can now have this. So makikita mo na, this is now your data. So at least when you analyze it, or when you have someone analyze your data, mas madali na lang po niya yun maintindihan at ma-analyze. And then Viola, you will have your data for analysis and your analysis for your research, for your discussion. Okay, so we're done with this part. So again, we'll have a recap of everything that we have discussed. Today, we talk about the sources that are needed to use for our action research. We have the primary source and secondary source, and it's very also important that these sources should be internally and externally criticized. And also we have reviewed the scales of levels of measurements, which I believe very important kasi dun po talaga ako based on my observation, dun po kami when we attended research seminars on identifying which level of measurement yung data natin. Kasi pag na-identify na po natin, mas madali po siya i-analyze. And lastly, you have done also on how to sort and clean your data. And we also did some exercise in which you yourself encode your data based on the guide that you have made. So again, everyone, thank you for listening. I hope you have a great day.
I will be talking about one of the most important part of the action research, the quantitative analysis. So since most action research deals with numerical data, we need to analyze them using quantitative analysis. And since they are numerical data, in order to analyze them quantitatively, we need to use what we call statistics. So statistics is the science of collecting and analyzing numerical data for the purpose of describing or inferring in a whole from those in a representative sample. Therefore, in statistics, statistics is our tool in order for us to draw conclusions from our samples, and that can be generalized or not to the entire population. So most of the teachers fear statistics because of the fact that statistics, they believe that the statistics looks like this: formulas and all numbers. And I find it very saddening because statistics, on the other hand, can be done through programs or software such as Microsoft Excel, SPSS, Minitab, or online programs. So let us erase our perception towards statistics that it will be, we are going to use a lot of formulas, we are going to deal with a lot of numbers in order for us to analyze the quantitative data. In fact, we have a lot of existing programs or software we can use in order for us to analyze quantitative data. So there is no need to fear statistics. So later on, I will be talking about most of the commonly used programs or software, the Microsoft Excel and SPSS, and I will going to demonstrate how are we going to analyze quantitative data using these programs or softwares. Okay, so there are general classifications of statistics. Number one is the descriptive statistics, which is used to describe data. And number two, the inferential statistics, which is used to infer trends about a larger population based on the study of a sample taken from it. When we talk about descriptive statistics, it just describes how what is the frequency, what is the performance. You are just going to describe. On the other hand, inferential statistics refers to the significant difference or relationship between the variables. So later on, I will be talking about the specifics of these classifications. Okay, so we are now on descriptive statistics. There are two kinds of descriptive statistics. The first one is the measures of central tendency, which is the mean, the median, and the mode. Why are they called the measures of central tendency? Because they tell us the central location of the data. So when we try to plot them, these three tells us where the data is what do we call this? Where are the data located? So asa nagtapok ang data. So these three tell us that. On the other hand, measures of variability talk about range, variance, and standard deviation. So measures of variability tell us how dispersed or how close the data are to the mean. So muna siya ang measures of variability. Unsa kagalayo or unsa kaduol ang data from the mean. Okay? So we are going to talk about the measures of central tendency. First is the mean. Mean is the arithmetic average. It is computed by summing up all the data and then dividing it by the number of data or cases. The median, on the other hand, is the number that divides the data set into two equal parts. It is also known as the middlemost point or the 50th percentile. Mode is the most frequently occurring value in a data set. Ang gabalik-balik, it is determined by simply counting how many times each value appears and then finding the value with the highest frequency. So the mean, it's the arithmetic average. Average ra jud ang mean. The median, ang pinakatunga nga number or the 50th percentile. Ang mode is the most frequent number or ang number na nagbalik-balik. Siya ang pinakadaghag balik-balik na number. So given this data set, so let us identify the mean, the median, and the mode. So in this data set, the mean here, so let us identify the mean. So in getting the mean, we are going to get the sum first. So the sum of the data here is equal to 40. So 1 plus 7 plus 4 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 3 is equal to 40. Now we are going to identify how many data we have here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 data here. Therefore, we're going to divide the sum by 10 and getting 4. Therefore, the mean is equal to 4. Next is the median. So in getting the median, we need to arrange the number in a descending or ascending order, provided that they should be arranged accordingly. Dili nang kuan, dapat ascending or descending. So for example, in this case, we have here ascending set of numbers. So as we may see, the middlemost number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have here the middlemost number. So the middlemost number here are the 2 3s because we have even, right? So how are we going to do that? Since we have even numbers, we are going to add the two middlemost numbers. So in this case, we have 3 and 3. So 3 plus 3 is 6 divided by 2, it's still 3. The median is 3. So when we have even, so we are going to add the two middlemost numbers and then divide them by 2. On the other hand, if we have an odd set of numbers, we are just going to identify the middlemost number if it's odd. And the mode, since we can see that the most frequent, the number that has the highest frequency here is 3, the mode is equal to 3. So that's it. Now, things to note in having the measures of location or measures of central tendency. Among the three measures of location, the most stable is the mean because it takes in all scores. The most unstable is the mode because it simply relies on the frequency of occurrence of a single value. The mean is the most sensitive to outliers. So ang outliers, these are extreme values, either extremely high or extremely low. So it is a practice of researchers to remove outliers from the analysis since this may lead to faulty analysis and interpretations. Moreover, these outliers also are not needed in the interpretation of the study because they are just distractors of the data set. So pwede ra siya kwaon, most especially kanang extremely high or extremely low. So one thing, a trivia, so in the Olympics, for example, or shall we say sports competition that requires judges, for example, gymnastics or diving competition, they are going to remove the highest and the lowest scores because to avoid bias for or bias against a country. And in that sense, mura na po sa ga-remove og outliers in drawing the conclusion or deciding who is going to win the competition. So that's the thing for outliers. So they are not needed in the data analysis because simply they are extremes. So distractors na sila in a sense. Okay, so now we are going to describing distributions graphically. So after identifying the mean, the median, and the mode, we are going to get the frequency distribution using graphs in order for the reader of our action research to understand, or shall we say decipher, the action research easily. So easy sa ilaha ang pagtanaw. So the first is the frequency polygon. It is a line graph that shows that the frequency of occurrence of each score. Seeing data in this format will help visualize a given data set. So a frequency polygon is done by using a line graph. So in this example, president's age at inauguration, the frequency, then ages. So muna siya ang makita nato. So makita nato ang trend using the frequency polygon. Next is histogram. Histogram is a graphical presentation of data using bars whose heights indicate the frequency of the occurrence of a score value or a range of scores. For example, in this case, we have here the frequency and the age. So a histogram, by the way, is composed of bars which represent one set or one category of data. So for example, when you have a student, you want to compare the scores of that particular student in mathematics for a particular quarter. So kato iyang mga unit scores for a particular quarter, you are going to use histogram because there is only one category of data, which is the score of that particular student in mathematics. On the other hand, we have here the bar graph. The bar graph is similar to a line graph or histogram, except that it is used for two or more categorical data. It can be displayed vertically or horizontally. So my example a while ago talks about the student scores in mathematics for the entire quarter, unit scores of that particular student for the entire quarter. In here, my example will be the grade of the student in that particular quarter in science, math, English, and Filipino. So in this sense, we have four categories of data: the scores of students in math, the score of that student in science, the score of that student in English, and that score of the student in Filipino. So in that sense, we have two or more categorical data. So let us not confuse ourselves. When we talk about histogram, this talks about one categorical data. So one category of data, only isa ra gyud siya. You are just going to monitor the progress. On the other hand, the bar graph is used to compare and contrast categorical data, two or more categorical data. So that's it. Next is a pie chart or a pie graph. So a pie graph is a circular graph divided into slices to display numerical proportions. So this is used to display numerical proportions, how much percent. So like in this example, how students get to school, you can already see that most of the students ride the bus in going to school given this presentation. So helpful kaayo ang pie graph. So makita diretso sa reader ang imong buot pasabot. So if you're going to describe proportions or proportional quantity data represents, so you need to use pie chart or pie graph. Next is pictograph. Pictograph uses picture symbols to express relative frequency or proportion of different levels of categorical variable. So for example, in this case, smiley ang iyahang gigamit na picture. So any picture will do provided that that picture represents what the actual data says. So next, measures of variability. As what I've said a while ago, measures of variability refers to how close or how dispersed the data are from the mean. So we talk about range. This is the simplest of the three measures of variability because it is computed only by finding the difference between the highest and the lowest value. The variance and standard deviation, which I'm going to show you how to compute using the Excel and the SPSS, tell us how close or how dispersed the values are. And also, another descriptive statistic is that the correlation coefficient. It is applied when we want to depict the nature of the relationship between variables. What is this nature of relationship? As we may see in these scatter plots, muna siya ang scatter plots, there are different kinds of correlation, the strong positive correlation, the moderate positive correlation, the no correlation, the moderate negative correlation, the strong negative correlation, the curved linear relationship. So what does this mean? When we talk about, let's first go to no correlation. When we talk about no correlation, there is no relationship between your variables. Walay relasyon ng iyong variable. For example, the gender and the gender of the pupils versus their performance in class. So if the data says that there is no correlation, therefore there is no relationship, walay relasyon sa iyang gender o ang iyang performance sa iyang class. It does not affect after all. On the other hand, when we talk about positive correlation, so we have here strong or moderate, but still it's a positive correlation. The data are positively sloped at a 45-degree angle. So padulong siya sa positive. So strong positive correlation. So what does this mean? So this means that the relationship between variables, your variables, is direct. Meaning, og nag-increase ang variable A, nag-increase po si variable B. An example for this is that the number of hours spent by pupils in studying in relation to their scores in mathematics. So as the number of hours spent by those students studying increases, their scores in mathematics increase. Therefore, they have positive correlation. On the other hand, when we talk about negative correlation, the data are negatively sloped at a 45-degree angle. So negatively sloped siya. So it would mean that the relationship is indirect. Indirect in a sense na og nag-increase ang ang variable A, nag-decrease si variable B. Og nag-decrease si variable A, nag-increase po si variable B. An example for this is the number of hours spent on social media versus the scores in mathematics. For example lang ni siya, if the student spends much time on social media, nagkaubos iyang scores in mathematics. And that's what we call indirect relationship. The more number of hours spent on social media by that particular student, the lesser his or her scores in mathematics get. So that's it. So that's the difference between the two. Later on, I will be talking about the figures on how to identify if it's a strong, moderate, or it has no correlation after all. So we are going to talk about that. later. So next is inferential statistics. So again, when we talk about inferential statistics, we are going to establish the significant relationship or significant difference between the variables or samples. So in inferential statistics, we need to have the hypothesis testing. First, we need to formulate the research question. Next is state the null hypothesis. Third, specify level of significance. Fourth, calculate inferential statistics. Five, decide on the null hypothesis. And last, we need to draw conclusion. So the first one is to formulate the research question. Why is this needed in inferential statistics? Because this establishes, our research question establishes the goal of the research or the objective of the research. For example, is there a significant difference between the pre-test and post-test scores of pupils exposed to manipulatives? So in this sense, the goal of the research is to test if whether the manipulatives positively impact the scores of the pupils. So this is very important. Formulating the research question before jumping to the hypothesis is very important. Next is state the null hypothesis. The null hypothesis is a general statement that states that there is no relationship between two phenomena under consideration or that there is no association between variables. Therefore, the null hypothesis is the kind of hypothesis we need to reject. We ought to reject. Muna siya ato ang dili i-consider at the end of the study unta. So, for example, so given the research question a while ago, here is the null hypothesis being created. So there is no significant difference between the pre-test and post-test scores of pupils exposed to the manipulatives. So null, wala siya'y significant difference. Next is alternative hypothesis. This is a statement that describes that there is a relationship between two or more selected variables in a study. Example, there is a significant difference between the pre-test and post-test scores of pupils exposed to the manipulative. So naay significant difference. So simply put, null hypothesis, there is no significant difference. Alternative hypothesis, there is a significant difference. So that's it. Now, we are going to specify the level of significance. So what is the level of significance? So in social sciences, we have 95% level of significance and Cronbach alpha of 0.05 or 5% margin of error. Natural sciences is 99% and Cronbach alpha is 0.01 or the margin of error is 1%. What does this mean? When we talk about 95% level of significance, it means that it is 95% true all the time. So, or shall we say 95% true, or shall we say 95% accepted in your study. Can it be generalized? It depends. But in action research, we couldn't generalize this, because action research is problem-based. So it is localized based on action research. Therefore, og unsay result, dihara na siya sa imong classroom. So this only talks about the effectiveness. However, in other studies, most especially when in dissertations, so this can be generalized. The 95% can be generalized. So Cronbach alpha here is 0.05 or 5% margin of error. So therefore, you leave 5% for erroneous, or shall we say, naisayup siya nga 5%. But that 5% is very little compared to 95%. On the other hand, natural sciences, 99% jud siya. Why is that so? And 1% ra gyud yang margin of error, because in natural sciences, it needs to be 99 to 100% true all the time, because they are dealing with natural phenomena. For example, we are going to test a medicine sa 100 katao. If that medicine killed, or shall we say, one person, naa kay 1% error na makaayo good ang imong medicine. And for natural sciences, that is a no-no because it's danger siya pod. So muna siya ang kanya nung 99% ang natural sciences. And also, talking about Cronbach alpha, we are going to talk about the p-value. The p-value here determines the margin of error or the Cronbach alpha. So later on, we are going to see what the p-value looks like and how it is being generated. Next is compute the inferential statistics. We have three kinds of inferential statistics. So the first one is paired t-test. Paired t-test compares the means of two dependent sets of data. So what do we mean by two dependent sets? So most especially the paired t-test is used when we are going to establish growth. For example, is there a significant difference between the pre-test and post-test scores of pupils exposed to the manipulatives? So in this research question, we are going to analyze the growth, establish the significant difference between the growth of the scores of the pupils. Another example when we are going to use the paired t-test is the weight. For example, after introducing a diet to a certain individual, he lost weight. So na difference ang weight, but is the difference significant enough in order for us to recommend the diet to someone? So ana siya ang paired t-test. So dependent ang pre o post muna siya. Gamito nato si paired t-test. On the other hand, when we talk about independent t-test, this compares the means of two independent or unrelated groups. For example, is there a significant difference in the mathematics scores between pupils who are exposed and not exposed to the manipulatives? In this sense, wala ta nag-compare og growth sa before o after. In this sense, nag-compare ta sa score, sa mathematics score sa pupils who are exposed to the manipulatives and the scores of pupils who are not exposed to the manipulative. So that's when we are going to use the independent t-test. Next is one-way ANOVA. One-way ANOVA is just the same with independent t-test. However, in independent t-test, there is only two. So in one-way ANOVA, it is more than two. Basta more than two na. For example, is there a significant difference in the mathematics scores among learners who are exposed to the manipulatives, exposed to video lessons, and exposed to both video lessons and manipulatives? In this sense, we have three independent samples, or independent samples. First, the group of pupils who are exposed to the manipulatives. Next, the group of students who are exposed to the video lessons, and lastly, the group of pupils who are exposed to the video lessons and manipulative. So in this sense, we are going to use one-way ANOVA. Next step is decide on the null hypothesis. If the p-value, since education is under the social sciences, our p-value should be set at 0.05. If the margin of error 5%. If the p-value is greater than 0.05, therefore accept the null hypothesis and reject the alternative hypothesis. If the p-value is less than 0.05, therefore the margin of error is less than 5%, therefore reject the null hypothesis and accept the alternative hypothesis. So how are we going to do that? Next step is draw conclusion. So di ba naa naman tayo result, for example. So based on the decision of the null hypothesis, we either conclude that there is a significant difference between the two means, possibly meaning that the intervention or treatment has worked in our favor if we reject the null hypothesis. or declare that there is no significant difference between them if we fail to reject the null hypothesis. The conclusion then is the answer to the research question. So this is the last step of inferential statistics. And this is the end of my presentation for quantitative analysis. And after this one, I will show you how are we going to use the software, Microsoft Excel and SPSS in interpreting and analyzing quantitative data. So how are we going to use statistical treatment? So after this presentation.
So, a pleasant day to each and every one of you. So, a while ago, I was talking about quantitative analysis and how essential it is in drawing conclusion for our action research, most especially if we are going to interpret and analyze numerical data. So, um, as what I've said, the raw data that we have are useless without them being subjected to quantitative analysis using statistical treatment. So there are two kinds of statistics. I've said a while ago, the descriptive statistics, which aims to describe, and the inferential statistics, which aims to infer if whether or not the variables have significant relationship or difference. So this time we're going to talk about that. However, we're going to calculate those kind of statistical treatment using the Microsoft Excel and SPSS. So let's start first with Microsoft Excel. So in Microsoft Excel, we need to look for data here on options, and then under it, we have data analysis. Sir, in our Microsoft Excel, we don't have any data analysis under data. So what are we gonna do? So first, we're going to go to File. After that, Options, click Add-ins, and then look for Analysis Tool Pack. So in this case, it's here. So Analysis Tool Pack. Right after that, click Go. After clicking Go, a dialog box that looks like this should appear. Na kay pang checkan dira, so i-check nimo si analysis tool pack only. Pwede na to siya i-check tanan, however, it would just confuse us kay daghan na kayong option sa data analysis. Analysis tool pack naman po ang needed sa ato. So let's click OK. Then right after that, data analysis should be seen. Dapat na gyud siya makita na gyud siya sa inyong under the data. So after that, na may data analysis, let's click data analysis. Let's click descriptive statistics and click OK. The moment nga na-click na si descriptive statistics, naana di tawag nga input range and the output range. What is the input range? The input range refers to the data we're going to input para at makakita taog result or output. So unsa man ang data nga atong i-input, muna siya ang number of hours on mobile games o ang score sa mga bata in their achievement test scores in math. Okay? So muna siya atong i-input. So ato na siyang i-select. Okay, select na to tanan. Then click labels in first row. Why is this important? In order for us to know unsa man to siya nga data under sa hours ba to siya or mobile games. After that one, output range. Output range refers to ana to gusto ibutang ang result, or shall we say the output of the data or the output of the statistical treatment. So in my case, actually we could put this in a new worksheet, but in my own reference, diri ra gyud ako siya itapad sa input or ma-compare na ko si input o si output. Diri na ko siya ibutang. Okay? So right after that, click summary statistics. Check that one. Kana o wala na siya na check. Why is that so? Di ba we've talked about that descriptive statistics is composed of the mean, the median, the mode, as well as the variance, the range, so on. So, aron makita na to siya, i-click na to si summary statistics. So, after clicking summary statistics, click OK. After that one, you should have this result. Dapat na ani siya na dayon. So, si mean, muna siya. Number of hours, iyang mean, muna siya. Si scores, muna siya. Iyang mean, mauna siya. So, technically, muna ni siya ang result. So, how are we going to present this in our action research report? So we are going to present this in a tabular or graphical representation para dili ma-confuse si reader. Okay? So next is the correlation coefficient. So correlation coefficient once again refers to the relationship between variables. So in this case, atong variable, number of hours on mobile games, ang score sa mga bata. So unsa man lang relasyon? Or do they have any relationship at all? So what are we gonna do? So first, magbutang tayo correlation coefficient. Correlation coefficient. Okay, we have here correlation coefficient. Right after that one, diri siya sa tapad, let's click, I'll press equal sign and then type Pearson. So if makita na si Pearson, pwede na po na to siya i-click diretso. Double click na to siya. So si Pearson na siya si array 1 and array 2. What does this mean? Array 1 refers to the data under our first variable. So in this case, the number of hours on mobile games. So muna siya ang data. Then after that one, na-select na nato si data, data ni array 2. Array 2 refers to the data of the second variable. Okay, muna siya ang data sa itong second variable, which are the scores of pupils in mathematics. After that one, close parenthesis, then press enter. So the correlation coefficient is negative 0.8357. So what does that mean? So ang meaning ana is this. When the correlation coefficient is negative 1, there is a perfect negative correlation or relationship. If the correlation coefficient is negative 0.7 to negative 0.99, there is a strong negative relationship. If the correlation coefficient is negative 0.5, to negative 0.69, there is a moderate negative relationship. If the correlation coefficient is negative 0.3 to negative 0.49, there is a weak negative relationship. It's 0, there is no relationship at all between variables. If it's 0.3 to 0.49, the variables have weak positive relationship. If it's 0.5 to 0.69, the variables have moderate positive relationship. And if it's 0.7 to 0.99, the variables have strong positive relationship. And if it's 1, the variables have perfect positive relationship. So muna siya, di ba? So in this case, the interpretation is that man siya na belong, negative 0. Ako i-zoom aron makita sa tanan. Man siya na belong. So na belong ni siya sa dere negative 0.7 to negative 0.99. Therefore, our variables here have strong negative relationship. Negative relationship. So what does that mean? So as what I've said a while ago during my discussion about correlation coefficient, if the variables have negative relationship, it means the relationship is indirect or inverted, meaning if variable x increases, variable y decreases. If variable x decreases, variable y increases. So in this case, the longer the learners spend on mobile games, or the higher the number of hours the learners have on his mobile games, the lesser his scores are in mathematics. On the other hand, the lesser number of hours the learners spend playing on his or her mobile games, the greater his or her scores are in mathematics. So muna siya ang meaning. So meaning balis siya. So that's it for the correlation coefficient and descriptive statistics. Now let's proceed to paired t-test. Now we are on paired t-test. So what does paired t-test mean? So paired t-test is a statistical treatment we're going to do, or we're going to subject our data if our data represents before and after or dependent sila with each other atong sets of data. For example, pre-test and post-test. So na siya before and after. For example, if we want to measure if we want to know the significant difference between the before and after results of the person yung weight loss after introducing a diet, or shall we say the growth of the tree after giving the tree fertilizer. So pwede na siya nato gamiton si paired t-test. So why is that needed? In order to establish the significance. In the actual research, it's already given naman na there is a growth, there is an improvement right after the employment of the intervention. Why so? Because before nato gi-introduce ang strategy, wala man ginahibaw-an ang mga bata about sa ato ang topic or subject matter, right? Therefore, we should expect that during the pre-test, most of them, or shall we say generally, they would have low scores in the pre-test. And in the post-test, nagyud siya improvement because we have already introduced the subject matter using our strategy, or shall we say our intervention. So, but the question is the improvement, or shall we say the difference between our pre-test and post-test scores significant? Is it that outstanding na we can say that the strategy is effective? So is the muna siya ang question diha. So that's why paired t-test is very important, most especially in testing a strategy. most especially in action research. For one group pa ni siya po. Okay, so now, so much for that. How are we going to do the paired t-test? So first, we are going to click data analysis and then look for t-test paired to sample for means. Na adere. So we can click that. After clicking that, we can click OK. So makita nato si dialog box na pod. Okay? So dirita sa variable 1 range. Unsa man yung range sa variable 1? The variable 1 range muna siya atong pre-test or before ang range ato sa before. Pwede nato i-click si pre-test because is the scores atong before sa mga bata. Okay? So next is variable 2 range muna siya ang after or the post-test. Okay? Click na to siya. Okay, select na to ang whole data. Right after that one, let us going to check labels para dili ta ma-confuse. Pre-test ba to siya or post-test? Dili na to siya ma-interchange. Then set the alpha or shall we say the margin of error. So why is this important? So I've already talked about this a while ago nga ang alpha may mag-determine sa itong margin of error o confidence interval. So we have, if we have 0.05, we have a margin of error of 0.05 or 95% confidence level. So meaning, muna siya because it's education belongs to sociological sciences. Diba? So sociology man na belongs to education. So munang diri na siya sa 0.05. If 0.01 muna to siya ang natural sciences. So dirita sa output range. So ama nato ibutang as what I've set output range, ana to ibutang diri nato ibutang ang result. Right after clicking that, let's click OK. After that one, naana dayon ang iyahang result. Muna siya ang mean. Muna siya ang mean sa pre-test, mean sa post-test. Variance, observation or the number of cases. Then Pearson correlation, na may relationship ang duha. Hypothesis, meaning. So, unsa may tan-awon, sir, para sa ato ang para makakonclude ta if there is a significant difference. Dirita sa p-value, two-tailed. Okay? Unsa may tan-awon nato dira? If we are going to look at, giset nato ang p-value ganiha og ay ang cornback alpha og 0.05. So in this case, guys, ang atuang p-value two-tailed is less than 0.05. In fact, 0.0007. Therefore, there is a significant difference between the pre-test and post-test. Okay, less than man siya sa atong p-value. Okay, na-gets ba? Or it's less than the p-value ay is less than 0.05. Okay, so meaning, interpretation is significant. Ana lang na siya. So it's simple as that. We're going to look at the p-value if the whether or not significant ba ang difference. Okay, that's for our paired t-test. Next is independent t-test. So, dili na to i-confuse atong self sa paired t-test o independent t-test. When we talk about paired t-test, the before and after, or shall we say ang sa una o karon, or the improvement or the growth or the difference. Ang ato dire sa independent t-test, we're going to talk about two independent samples. So two independent sets of data. So wala taga-compare og before og after. So in this case, we have their control group and experimental group. So in experimental research, a control group is the group not exposed to the intervention, and experimental group is the group exposed to the intervention. Diba mauna siya? So muna siya atong two independent samples. How are we going to do that? It's very simple. Once again, go to data analysis. So after going to data analysis, look for t-test to sample assuming equal variances. So muna siya, magawas na si dialog box. Pag click ni mo ana, click ni mo si OK na si dialog box. The same as ako ang variable 1, muna siya ang una natong variable na i-compare. So in this case, si control group. And si variable 2, muna siya si experimental group. Right after that one, i-click na to si labels para dili ta ma-confuse og experimental group or control group pa na siya nga result sa data. Then alpha is 0.05 once again because this is social science na study. Click dayon nato si output range. Ama nato gusto mabutang ang atong result. So dire, okay. Okay, dala to ibutang. After that one, we click OK. And we should have results now. For the experimental group, nata diri mean, nata variance observation or what we call the number of cases, nata diri P two-tailed gihapon atong tan-aon. So nga naman na sir nga mura man siya og kwan. If ingon ani gay siya naka-exponent siya, pwede nato siya gamiton. Highlight nato dito sa home. Ako mahimo siyang 0. Okay. Okay, so in this case, kung atong tan-aon, it's 0.0000 something. And that is once again less than 0.05, which is our Cronbach alpha. Therefore, the interpretation of our result is significant. There is a significant difference between the performance of the control group and experimental group. So simple as that. Okay. So the last one is ANOVA. Okay, ANOVA. How are we going to do that? Okay. So sa ANOVA, mugamit tatag ANOVA if it's more than 2 ang atong independent samples. Independent t-test naman na gud siya og 2 ANOVA if it's more than 2. Okay. So in this case, natay control group, experimental group 1, and experimental group 2. Let's try to change. Okay. Experimental group 1 and experimental group 2. What are we going to do? Once again, go to data, click data analysis, ANOVA, single factor. After that one, let's try to find ANOVA single factor. Click OK. Okay, that's it. So, input range, aman to ato ang mga kon. So, muna siya i-copy na to tanan. Atong data para sa input range. Labels in first row. Once again, dili ta malimot og click anang labels in first row because that is very important para dili ta ma-confuse. Our Cronbach alpha here is correct. 0.05. So, set siya sa ato ang confidence level. So, output range, hanap to ibutang ang result. After that one, click OK. Output range missing. Oh, okay. I've already, why is this? Okay. Okay. Then output range. Select na to output range. Okay. Right after that, click OK. Sorry, I was mistaken a while ago. Wala na akong na-click si output range. So, i-click nato siya para mo-run ang kuan. Okay, after that one, click OK. So, naana na yun siya dire. So, naana siya average, variance, ato ang experimental group 1, 2, and our control group. So, naata dire, p-value. So, sama to pagkabalo si p-value. So, once again, nakaingon ani siya, exponential form siya. Para dili siya ma-exponential form, ato lang siyang i-highlight tanan. Atong i-ana. Okay. So, in this case, our p-value here is less than, once again, p-value is 0.000, which is less than 0.05. Therefore, the difference among the three groups is significant. So, naa siya significant difference. So, as easy as that, I hope you've learned a lot using Excel um, while doing the statistical treatments, descriptive statistic, paired t-test, independent t-test, and ANOVA. So let's now proceed to using the SPSS. Good day, everyone. So I will be talking about now statistical treatment using the SPSS. Okay, so SPSS is one of the most famous statistical software that researchers are using for them to analyze data. So as you may see, the environment of the SPSS is different from that of the Excel. This is because SPSS is really intended for data analysis. However, Excel, you can make sheets there, you can type documents. Pero kaniyong SPSS, it's only for data analysis. So naa diri data view and variable view. So in the data view, you can see the data. On the variable view, you can see information about the data such as its name, its type, with decimal and everything. So the situation here, first we're going to analyze descriptive statistics. Unsaon nato siya pag himo or unsaon nato siya pagkabalo sa descriptive statistics here using SPSS. So the situation is the same kaganiha sa Excel, that we're going to compare the number of hours the learner spend on his mobile games versus the number the scores, their scores in mathematics. Okay. So as you may see, wala siya name, variable 001, variable 002. How are we going to change that? So we are going to go to variable view. Dira ato i-change ang name. Let's label the number of hours as hours and the scores of the children in their achievement test as scores. So makita nato nga nausab siya dire. And we can also see nga nag-decimal point siya. Since we don't have decimal places man pod na filled in sa ato ang data, pwede nato i-zero ang decimals dire. Okay. Okay, so na-zero na siya. So how are we going to get the descriptive statistics? So click Analyze. Right after that, Descriptive Statistics. After that, Descriptives, and click Descriptives na nata dire. So makita na siya, yan ang pangutanon unsa nga variables ang atong kuhaan og variables o descriptive statistics. Data the variable. So this refers to the variable we're going to have, or shall we say analyze for the descriptive statistics. So atong gusto si number of hours o si scores. Before we're going to press OK, there is a dito sa options. Unsa man nga variable atong gusto unsa man nga specific about descriptive statistics atong makita. Si mean, si standard deviation, si minimum, si maximum, ato pong i-include si range o si variance. And also, mura man ni siguro, dili na tamag ko ana ng sum. Then after that, we're going to click continue. Okay, after clicking continue, pwede na nato siya makita. Let's going to click OK. Okay, pag click na tog OK, naa siya sa output. Okay, lahi siya nga, mugawa siya sa lahi nga window na dire output. So makita nato iyang descriptive statistics, iyang range, iyang minimum, maximum. Usa man ning minimum, muna yung minimum niya nga data, the maximum data, na diri si mean, na diri standard deviation na pod si variance. So muna siya ang result sa atong descriptive statistics. Okay? So how about if we're going to talk about correlation? So dali ra siya, click correlate, click bivariate, maora gihapon siya, ikuha na to ang variable, So atong variable kay si scores man og si hours, i-click nato si okay. Okay, two-tailed jud siya pirmi. Pearson matong gamit. Pag-click na tong okay, na siya correlation. So as we may see, the correlation is 0.000, and here also the number of hours is 0.00. Therefore, it is significant. And also the correlation is a negative 0.836, negative 0.836. Therefore, the relationship between the hours and the scores is strong negative relationship. The same siya sa results sa atong Excel ganina because the same raman pod ang data nga akong gigamit. So in that sense, naa siya nakakuha na to iyang correlation, coefficient. Okay? So now we're going to discuss about paired t-test and how are we going to do this using the SPSS. As I may say a while ago that in the paired t-test, we are going to compare two dependent samples. So particularly growth and the like. Okay. So in having this paired t-test, so this is the data view. I've already changed this. I talked a while ago on how we're going to change the name. We're just going to go to the variable view, right? Okay. So in this case, we are going to go to Analyze, click Analyze. Right after clicking Analyze, click Compare Means, and then you can see here, Paired Samples t-test. Okay, in the Paired Samples t-test, i-click na to na siya, and we are going to see this one. Okay, ako sa ibalik, I've already did this a while ago. So we can see here in the dialog box, variable 1 and variable 2. Okay. The variable 1 here talks about the before. So in this case, the pre-test. We are going to click the pre-test and click this button para mapunta siya sa variable 1. Next thing we're gonna do is click again the post-test aron mapunta siya sa variable 2, which means the after. So click post-test, click this button, and then ano siya sa variable 2. Right after, let's go to options in order for us to check the confidence interval percentage. And in my case here, there is akong dialog box, nakita nga 95%, which is the correct confidence interval percentage since we are dealing with sociological science in this study. Okay, let's click continue. Right after, we're going to click OK, and the result is now here. As we can see, here's the mean of the pre-test, the post-test mean, the number of students who took the exam, or shall we say the count, the standard deviation, standard error mean. So what are we going to look into? So hamay ato ang tanahon for the analysis of result, to know if there is a significant difference. Is it the paired samples correlations or paired samples test? As we may see, when we talk about correlations, we are talking about relationship. And in this, if we're going to use the paired t-test, we are not after of the relationship between the pre-test and the post-test. What we are after of is a significant difference because we are trying to analyze the improvement, how improved, or shall we say, the effectiveness of the strategy. So, muna siya atong gi-analyze. So, ang improvement siya atong gi-tanaw. So, the correlation is 0.039. Therefore, there is no relationship between the pre-test and the post-test. So, wala gud siya relasyon in a way because wala man ta gatest o direct ba or indirect ang relationship. Dirita mo tanaw sa kani sig two-tailed. As we may see, na dari 0.001 ang yang sig two-tailed. Muna siya iyang p-value. So if the p-value is less than 0.05, this means that there is a significant difference between the pre-test and the post-test. Naa siya difference. Okay? So, in this sense, effective ang intervention. Now that we're done with the paired t-test, let us now proceed with the independent t-test using this SPSS. As we may see, it's very different. The environment of the SPSS is very different from that of the Excel, because in the Excel, the groupings are done by column, or shall we say vertically. On the other hand, in SPSS, the groupings are done horizontally, as what you may see here. So group and scores, group scores. So what I did is that I represented numeric numbers, or shall we say numerical value, to the groups. Group 1 here represents the control group, and group 2 here represents the experimental group. How are we going to do that? So, ang nato niya nga aron ma-interpret siya sa SPSS. Let's go to variable view. Diri dayon ta sa values. Click na to ang ellipsis. After that one ay mo gawas na dialog box like this. What are we going to do is we're going to assign the value to the label. As what I've said a while ago, ang 1 nako is my control group. Then, i-click na to si add. So, that would mean nga ang 1, i-interpret siya ni SPSS as the control group. Group 2, or sabi say ang 2, ako siyang ikuan as the experimental group. And click add. And in that sense, ang 2 diha, ma-interpret na siya as experimental group ni SPSS. Right after that, click OK, and it's good to go. After this one, we are going to click Analyze. Then Compare Means, click Compare Means. After clicking Compare Means, we're going to click Independent Samples t-test. After that one, so I go, nata day group og scores. Man nato ibutang si scores og si group. So when we talk about test variables, it's the variables we are going to test, or muna siya ang data nga atong i-test. Therefore, ang atong ibutang dere, ang atong mang i-test ang scores atong ibutang. The grouping variable are the groups nga naata. So ato siyang ibutang po da si grouping variable. So before nato i-click siya, i-define nato ang group. Group 1 here is 1. Okay, si group 2 is dito, i-click nato si continue. After this one, we're going to click OK. After clicking OK, this should appear ang t-test. So si control group na bunan na yung mean, iyang count, si experimental group pod, what are we going to look at? As what I've said, dito ta sa sig two-tailed. So dire ta sa equal variances assumed. So sig two-tailed equal variances assumed is 0.000, which means that there is a significant difference between the two groups. So meaning, as we may see man pod, makita na siya sa mean daan nga na difference kay 5 man dire is 14 when we round it off. So naa siya difference, but the question is, it is significant. So makita na to siyang p-value na 0.000 na significant ang iyahang difference. So this would mean that our intervention is effective. Now, after the independent t-test, so we are now on the ANOVA. As what I've said, basically ANOVA and independent t-test are the same. However, in independent t-test, it is limited to only 2 independent variables. And ANOVA can be used for 2 or more independent variables. So basically, they are used to interpret, or shall we say, analyze data of independent samples or variables. So in this case, I will repeat that in SPSS, lahi iyang environment from that of the Excel. Because in Excel, the groupings are vertical. However, in SPSS, the groupings are horizontal. So, muna siya. So, we need to assign numerical values to our groupings. So, for example, in this case, 1 here is for the control group, 2 is for the experimental group 1, and 3 for the experimental group 2. So, we're going to do that. So how are we going to set the SPSS to interpret the groupings? So man nato pagkuan nga kaning 1 yung interpret as control group and 2 yung experimental group as tapos si 3. So it's the same with the independent t-test. We go to values. Right after, let's going to click the ellipses. And ito look at diha. I-assign na to ang value sa label. So I said 1 is for the control group. Then click add. 2 is for the experimental group 1. Then click add. And 3 is for the experimental group 2. Then click add. Okay, so now in this case, na-interpret, i-click na to si OK para ma-interpret na ni SPSS ang atong groupings. So 1, control group, 2, experimental group 1, and 3, experimental group 2. Pag-click na to OK, okay na siya. So we are going to click analyze. So para makuha na nato ang iyang ANOVA if there is an independent, significant difference between our samples. Next is compare means. Click compare means. Then click one-way ANOVA. After that one, naata dire dependent list of factor. So unsa may ato ibutang sa dependent list o unsa ato ibutang sa factor. So basically, the dependent list is our dependent variable, the result of our dependent variable, which is the scores. If kay mo man siya maapektuhan sa atong independent variable, which is the intervention. So diri na to na siya ibutang. The factor is the group. Why does this become the factor? Because mo ni siya ang nagdetermine ato imong group ang mga pupils according sa ilang intervention na na-receive. So muna siya ang factor. Naglahi-lahi ilang performance because of the kind of intervention nga ilang na-receive as per our hypothesis. So i-click na to si group and then click this button para mabutang siya sa factor. Before that, before clicking OK, let's click options. Unsa may atong gusto makita. So i-check na to. I-check na to si descriptive para makita na to si descriptive statistics. And also, we should check homogeneity of variance test para sa Levin's test of homogeneity. So makita na to na later on. I will explain why is that important. And click continue. Right after that, click OK. Right after clicking OK, na tayo result dire. So, muni ang descriptives. So, muni ang mean sa control group, muni ang mean sa experimental group 1, mean sa experimental group 2. So, muna ni siya ang iyahang result. So, let's not delve sa descriptives more because we've already discussed that. Dito sa test of homogeneity of variances. So, ato siyang tanawon to know if there is a significant difference between groups before the treatment or before the intervention. So as we may see, significant difference is 0.648. Therefore, this is more than the 0.05 Cronbach alpha. Therefore, there is no significant difference among the pupils across groups, meaning heterogeneous atong groups all throughout. So wala galailahi ilahang performance before the intervention. How about diri sa ANOVA? Diri ta mo tan-aw sa SIG sa ANOVA. Muni siya ang significant difference between the score sa performance sa nila sa after the intervention. As you may see, the significant difference is 0.00, which is less than 0.05. Which means there is no significant difference between, there is a significant difference among groups in terms of their scores. Meaning, effective ang intervention nga ang ato ang gihatag sa mga bata. So 0.00 which is less than 0.05. So there is a significant difference. So muna siya ang kalahian. In the test of homogeneity, atong gi-test how heterogeneous the groups are. So wala ba ta nahimong bias atong sampling, and in the ANOVA makita nato ang iyahang ang effectiveness atong intervention diri sa SIG. So that's it for quantitative analysis. I hope you've learned a lot from it. Actually, one takeaway we can get from quantitative analysis is that we can use this in our day-to-day teaching by subjecting our assessment sa quantitative analysis. So imagine, pwede nato siya ma-prove nga effective atong intervention using the test nga atong i-employ. So pwede nato siyang gamiton. So mas strong ang ato ang conclusion nga effective atong pagpanudlo, or shall we say our teaching strategy by establishing the significant improvement of our children. So in this case, we can use this. Instead of just getting the mastery level, instead of getting the mean, or shall we say the performance, or instead of only getting the item analysis, we can establish a significant difference in order for us to really know if there is an improvement on the part of the learners, or whether or not our intervention or our teaching strategies are effective enough to address the pressing problems inside our classrooms. And I guess that would be all for today. So I hope you've learned a lot from my discussion. And if you have some questions, you may put them down on the comment section.
Good day, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to another exciting session of our training, and I am glad to be one of your facilitators for our training. Today, we will be focusing on the different parts of an action research proposal, and we will also be learning how to prepare each part of the proposal. But before we proceed, we will do an activity first. I want you to get a pen and paper right now. Are you ready? Do you have your pen and paper with you? I want you to arrange the parts of an action research proposal in an order. So you're going to use your pen and paper and arrange and organize all the parts. The parts are innovation, intervention, or strategy, action research methods, work plan and timeline, plans for dissemination and utilization, cost estimates, action research questions, context and rationale. Again, you're going to arrange them in order within 3 minutes only. Timer starts now. You only have 1 minute left. Five, four, three, two, one. Time is up. All right, thank you for participating. I will show you now the correct order of an action research proposal. Number one, we have context and rationale. Who got that right? Followed by innovation, intervention, or strategy. Action research question or questions. Action research methods. Work plan and timeline. Cost estimates. And number seven, plans for dissemination and utilization. Now, did you get the order correctly? Which parts were you confused about that you arranged them erroneously? Don't you worry. If you are not familiar with the parts, as this session will help you gain a better understanding of what an action research proposal should contain. So we will go over the parts later. And I will ask you, how do you understand each part, or what do you think each part means? So the core of our session today are the parts of an action research proposal. So as I explain in detail what each part must contain, I will also be sharing some tips on how to write them. So I want you to get ready with your phones. If ever a slide interests you, you can take a photo of that slide. So let us begin with the context and rationale. So the first part of the action research proposal is the context and rationale. In writing this part, let us remember the following suggestions. Describe the area or focus of your study. Point out why the topic is important and how the action research will answer the problem or the issue. All right, so you don't have to go very far. You don't have to look very far. All you have to do is to focus on the four corners of your classroom or even in your school. So those are enough for us to see what are the pressing issues and problems that need to be solved. So we have a lot of challenging problems, issues, and concerns that need to be solved. And now we can see, or if we would try to reflect, that there are a lot of issues and concerns in our classroom, right? So it may be the behavior of our learners towards learning, their relationship with their classmates. How about their performance in class? Why are they not performing well? Do your methods, approaches really help you in getting across with your lessons or your messages each time you discuss in front of your learners? Are those methods effective in the delivery of your lessons? Do your learners understand? How about the nutrition and the physical well-being of our learners? So these might be factors that affect their performance. So you see, there's a lot of issues and concerns or problems that we have to find a solution to. Next, you may also mention any data or current research in the area of your topic and highlight the gap that you plan to address in the action research. Again, highlight the gap that you plan to address. So all the problems and issues that I have discussed a while ago, those are the gaps that you need to address. Those are the gaps that you need to resolve. It is also here that you cite any theory, related studies, that policies or laws that would strengthen your claims about the intervention or treatment that you plan to implement. Again, cite any theory, all the policies and laws here. You also need to search the literature or discuss with your colleagues about strategies previously used to solve the problem. You know what? We might have co-teachers who are in the service for 15 years, 20 or more. So we can really approach them. Maybe they have used a lot of strategies in solving some pressing issues or problems in your school. Again, don't forget to search also the related literature of your study. Number 5, include a brief explanation of your purpose for doing the study. So what is your study for? You have to explain it very briefly. Also remember to include the activities that you are considering to perform and the desired outcomes. Remember your goals, your objectives of your study, and all the plans that you need to do or you plan to do. You include all of those and including also your desired outcomes. And remember to keep your statements simple, brief, and direct to the point so that when the research committee will check your study, it would be easy for them to understand what your study is about. All right, now we will have another activity. I want you to reflect or think about or contemplate on things that is troubling you or giving you a headache in your classroom or in your school, and that we need to resolve or should be dealt with accordingly. So I want you to log in to www.menti.com and use the code 24295. Again, the code is 24295. Now log in, you go to your browser and type www.menti.com. Don't forget, I want you to contemplate on the things or any problem that we might really see that is really troubling you or affecting the performance of our learners, or as a school administrator affecting the performance of your teachers. Are you ready? Have you logged in already to www.menti.com? I'll give you 3 minutes, and all you have to do is answer the question there. You can actually submit multiple answers. In 3, 2, 1. Timer starts. All right, time is up. Now I'll be generating all your answers. Wait for a moment as I generate your answers. All right, we have learners' attendance. Absenteeism is one of the problems in our school actually, or it might be caused by family-related issues, illness, or even class-related issues. We have also included climate. Climate is a threat to human health. So when kids get sick, or if there are storms, or typhoons, well, those hinder our learners from coming to school. You have also included media influence. Media influence can be harmful for our learners. And while this is certainly true in some circumstances, it can be best understood as having mixed effects. Collaboration. So when our organization give too much weight on collaboration, teachers may feel pressured to every collaborative effort that comes their way, especially those who are not so skillful in some areas. Don't you agree? Counseling programs. Well, most of our learners suffer from stress due to schoolwork. So counseling is a problem-oriented interaction process, so with the aim of increasing learning and changing behavior. Schools report a variety of reasons of learners dropping out of school. Thank you for including dropout prevention. So therefore, we need multidimensional solutions. Team teaching, bad team management, or if there are personal and professional conflicts, well, this could be a problem. So what do we need to do? We have to coordinate and have proper planning. Dropout prevention. You know, guys, we all need to take responsibility for ensuring that all students can be successful. So we have to find solutions for learners who are likely to fail at school. Technology. Technology plays a huge role in increasing our learners' productivity, but if technology increases wasted time, like playing mobile games, Mobile Legends at that, draining the energy of our students, then it is a problem. Some of you also included inclusion or inclusivity. Well, failure to include someone poses an issue in an organization. So as a leader, or if you are a school administrator, then we must be specific on the behaviors or roles we expect from our teachers. For the side of the teachers, we must be clear on the roles that we expect from our learners. Behavior and discipline. This is so true. More and more learners show behavioral problems in this time of their generation. So we have to find ways to solve all our learners' issues when it comes to behavior and how do we discipline them. We have also included student achievement, mentoring, and motivation. Another also is the parental involvement. Well, parental involvement is a combination of commitment, right, and active participation on the part of the parent to the school and to the student. So there are many problems concerned with involvement. Well, parents may feel unwelcomed at school, also their lack of knowledge and lack of education, and some parents may not feel that education is important. So thank you for bringing that up. Number 12, extracurricular participation. Well, this could be a problem when learners are not interested in participating or if activities are too much. So learners feel stressed. We have also included professional development and lack of teachers, where, well, these are issues that require immediate solution in our organization. So thank you so much for answering our question and participating in our activity. Now let's proceed. The next part is the innovation, intervention, and strategy. When we talk about innovation and intervention, we're talking about new methods, those new strategies or approaches or designs to solve our pressing issues and problems that we have tackled a while ago. So this part presents the treatment that you are proposing to implement a solution to the classroom problem. So when writing this part, the following are suggested. You should be able to explain in detail the intervention you will use in your study, include the objective of the intervention, the extent to which it will be implemented, and any limitation that you foresee. You must also describe how likely the innovation, intervention, or strategy will address the problem or issue that you want to focus on. Now, when describing the intervention, always keep in mind that a colleague could also use your plan in his or her own setting. So for example, if you're a grade 1 teacher, keep in mind that your grade 2 and grade 3 co-teachers could also use your study or could you use your plan in his or her own setting. If you are conducting the study in collaboration with others, identify your co-researchers and describe the ways in which they will be contributing to the proposed action research, like who works what and what will be done by who, right? So explain each collaborator's role and how work will be shared in the group. Next part, we have the stating the research questions or stating the action research questions. So the next part of the action research proposal actually is how to state your action research question. Remember the following pointers. Begin by referring to your reflection, the things that we have contemplated a while ago, that we have brought up, all the issues and concerns, and the purpose of your proposed action research. It will also help you if you review your related literature and studies. Now state your primary research question. Make sure that this is aligned with your purpose and what you want to find out in your proposed study. The research question should include the intervention you will use and the outcome you desire. You may state at most 3 secondary questions. According to Sir Bridget, our Senior Education Program Specialist in Research, the maximum number of questions should be 3. All right, keep that in mind. The research question should be clearly related to the identified problem or issue and convey the desired change or improvement. Primary research question and any secondary question or questions have to be arranged logically. Are you still there? Okay pa ba tang tanan? Let's now move to the identifying the action research methods. So this part of the action research proposal should include the following aspects and or procedures. Now take note, you may take a photo of this if this interests you. This is very important. The following aspects and or procedures should be included in your action research proposal, okay? Number 1, your research design. You also have to include your sample, your participants or sources of data, who are your respondents, information, of course, your data collection methods. How are you going to collect your data? What methods are you using? And your techniques for data analysis. Again, don't forget to include all of these aspects: research design, sample, participants, sources of data, data collection methods, and data analysis techniques. Be guided by the following in writing this section of the proposal. So the proposal should include an explanation of why the research design is suited to the nature and purpose of the action research. Number 2, details about the participants of the study should be provided. A clear explanation or justification for their inclusion in the study should be given. You have to be very clear in your information about your participants. So you have to provide all of those information right here. Number 3, the data collection methods should be aligned with the research questions. Again, don't forget your research questions. All the methods that you're going to be using should be aligned with all of those questions. Number 4, the research instrument or instruments should be shown to be appropriate for obtaining the desired data or information. And number 5, the selected technique or techniques for data analysis should be suitable to the nature of data or information to be gathered and should yield results that address the research questions. The next part, of course, is the outlining the work plan and timeline. Now, the following are the important considerations in preparing the work plan and timeline. A detailed work plan should be presented together with activities from the start of the proposed action research to its completion. The timeline should be really realistic and should concretely show how the action research will unfold over the period allowed for the study. The overall plan should reflect the proponent's capacity to put into concrete sequential steps the ideas or the concepts pursuing the study. So a Gantt chart or a timetable may be used to present the work plan. In conducting an action research, it is important to plan and project the activities in relation to the target dates. So the researcher may use Gantt charts or timetables. These are valuable tools that will serve as a guide showing specific dates or time and activities that are to be done by the researcher. It helps coordinate all activities from the beginning to the end of the action research. It is difficult to track the progress of the research activity without a specific plan. Okay, the researcher has the tendency to forget the activities or the planned activities. You may forget also the dates. All right, I'm gonna show you now a sample of the Gantt chart. This is for classroom or school-based action research. As you can see, we have divided your timetable into 3 months. And on the left, you can see the tasks. For the pre-implementation stage, we have the preparation of the research proposal. As you can see, it covers 3 weeks of the first month. We have week 1, week 2, and week 3. While the preparation and conduct of the pre-test, that will be done on the 4th week of the first month. Then the implementation of the innovation or intervention or strategy will follow on the 2nd month. As you can see, we have the color green rows right there. So the week 1 up to week 4 of the 2nd month, that's for the implementation of the innovation, intervention, or strategy. Now, for your post-implementation, you are going to conduct your post-test on the 1st week of the 3rd month. As you can see, we have colored it green. We colored it green. The 1st week is actually for the conduct of the post-test on the 3rd month. Data analysis, the preparation of the research report, dissemination of findings will happen on the 2nd up to the 4th week of the last month. Now, in preparing your own Gantt chart, please specify the month. Okay, so if you start by June, you have to end on August. Okay, so here's our timetable. I'll show you an example. So we have the objectives, activities, strategies, responsible persons, estimated time allotment, completion date, and the desired outcome. So the first objective is to submit the action research proposal. Of course, you're going to write the action research proposal following the suggestions or following the parts that we have discussed now. So who are responsible? Of course, the teacher or the researcher or your co-authors you include. Estimated time or completion date, we have from week 1 to 3 of June, if you're starting in June. And then your desired outcome, action research proposal submitted for approval, of course, addressed to the school's division superintendent, Edilberto L. Oplinaria, and of course, to Sir Bridget Emilin Abalorio. Next objective, we have to obtain baseline data for comparison with post-test data. So you have to prepare your pre-test items. And of course, you have to administer your pre-test on the week 4 of June. So your desired outcomes, your pre-test data as your baseline. You're going to need that if we are going to compare your data of your post-test. Now, third objective, to implement innovation. You have to provide the intervention to the class now. You're going to use your treatment. So you're going to do that from weeks 1 to 4 of July on the 2nd month. So your desired outcome, of course, intervention applied to students as planned. Next objective, we have to collect post-test data. Now you're going to administer post-test. on the first week of August. Okay, that's the last month. So post-test data for comparison with your baseline. As I told you, you're gonna need the baseline data in order to compare your post-test data. Now, to test the effectiveness of the innovation, you're going to analyze the pre-test and post-test data. If you don't know how to analyze your data, you may need a statistician. So you have to consult a statistician. You're going to do that on the second week of the third month. In our example, that's the week 2 of August. So statistical output relevant to the research question. At this time, you're going to answer now your research question. Well, is there a significant difference before and after the intervention? You can answer that already. Next, we have to submit final action research report. So you're going to write the results of the action research on the third week of August in our example. And action research final report will be submitted to the Department of Education to Sir Bridget. Okay, again, addressed to the school's division superintendent, Edelberto L. Oplinaria. And lastly, to disseminate the results of the action research, you have to give a 1-hour presentation of your action research. You're going to defend your study. And that will be done on the last week of the third month. So public presentation of your results will be done in front of the research committee in the division office or wherever Sir Bridget will plan to do the presentation. Now let's go to computing the cost estimates. So when preparing the cost estimates, the researcher should be reminded of the following points. We have to write a detailed breakdown of expense items with their corresponding costs. The items and costs should reasonably reflect the funding needs of the action research and adhere to the Basic Education Research Fund or BERF guidelines, or you may also refer to DepEd Order number 16, series of 2017, titled Research Management Guidelines, if you wish to avail of this assistance. Again, you just have to refer to DepEd Order number 16, series of 2017, titled Research Management Guidelines, and also the Basic Education Research Fund Guidelines, if you need this assistance. Now, the specific expenses should support the overall plan of the proposed action research. Now, I want you to get your phones and get ready so that you'll be able to capture the items of expenditures that we are going to consider. A, supplies and materials. That includes bond paper, pens, printer, ink, stapler, and also your communication expenses, which includes postage stamp, courier service, call cards, and internet use. Transportation expenses, fare for public transportation such as taxi, bus, jeepney, tricycle, and boat. For reproduction, printing, and binding costs, that includes photocopying services. And we also have meals and snacks. Wow, bonga. So we have food expenses. Expenses related to research dissemination, for example, tarpaulin stand, and handouts containing summary of action research. Again, it's very important that we have to consider all those items of expenditures, and we have to include that here. So for financial support in the conduct of your action research, BERF offers the following grants. We have 30,000 pesos for a classroom school-based action research and 150,000 pesos for a district division-wide action research, and also 500,000 pesos for a region-wide action research. Now, for the case of our teachers and school administrators, we can avail of the 30,000 pesos. This is so true for us. We can actually avail this grant. But if you want to avail the grant that is 150,000 or 500,000, we must do our research outside our responsibilities or work. Again, if we're going a study, if we're going to do a study, we must not do it in our work time. So it must not interfere with our duties and responsibilities. So we can actually avail the 150,000 and 500,000. So if you have questions or clarifications regarding these grants, you may refer to DepEd Order number 16, series of 2017. Again, for more details, refer to DepEd Order number 16, series of 2017. We're almost done. We're down to our last part of the action research proposal. Suggesting the plans for dissemination and utilization. So when drafting the plans for dissemination and utilization, we have to take into consideration the following ideas. This portion of the action research proposal should provide a detailed picture of how you are going to publicly share the findings of your study. Again, don't forget your ethical considerations. If you're sharing some findings of your study, you have to include that. Clearly indicate how the outputs and recommendations can or will be utilized to solve similar problems in the classroom or improve learning and instruction. All right, that's it. So now I'm challenging every one of you to write your first draft. Since we already know the processes and the parts of the action research proposal, I want you to prepare and write your first draft right now. You might do it some other time, but I'm challenging you to write your first draft, okay? So congratulations on completing our session today, and thank you for participating. I hope this has been a profitable exercise for you. I trust that the experience has given you some confidence not only in writing an action research proposal, but also in actually conducting the action research. So your draft will surely need polishing, so you just have to consult Sir Bridget Abalorio, or you may ask questions, comment down on our chat box if you find some things or some parts that are difficult for you to do. All right, so thank you so much for your participation. I'll be leaving you with a quote from Albert St. Georgi. It says, research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought.
Good day, everyone. My respect to our school's division superintendent, SDS Edilberto L. Oplinaria Sesu 5, to our assistant schools division superintendent, SGOD and CID chief education supervisors, and to all of us, my greetings of peace and solidarity. In the previous topic, you were oriented on the different parts of an action research proposal and the various techniques in writing each part. At this juncture, I will present to all of you the guidelines on writing the whole part of the action research proposal. But before we will proceed to the next topic, let us have first a short workshop. In your screen now are the jumbled parts of the action research proposal. Please get a piece of paper and a pen, then arrange the parts of the action research proposal in order from the first part to the last part. I will give you 5 minutes to perform this task, and your 5 minutes start now. Now let us check your answers. Congratulations for a job well done. In the previous discussion, you've learned the parts of the action research proposal, namely the context and rationale, proposed innovation or proposed intervention, or the proposed strategy. Then action research questions, action research methods, which include the research design, sample or participants, and or other source of data and information, such as the sampling techniques to be employed. Action research methods should also include the data gathering methods and the data analysis plan. The next part of the action research proposal is the work plan and timeline, followed by the cost estimates, plans for dissemination and utilization, and the last part is the references section. Please be informed that these parts are the only minimum requirements for an action research proposal relative to DepEd Order number 16 series of 2017. In other words, research proponent may add other parts of his action research proposal to elaborate well the proposed concept, just like the schematic diagram, ethical consideration, significance of the study, and the theoretical concepts. In writing an action research proposal, one should consider these four basic guidelines: the guidelines in writing paragraphs, guidelines for in-text citation, guidelines in listing the references, and the formatting guidelines. With these guidelines, a research proponent will surely present the concept well, can surely write well the each part of the action research proposal, and can meet the objectives indicated in every criterion in evaluating action research proposal. In writing a paragraph, one should consider these three elements. First is the purpose. One should specify the reason or the reasons of composing the paragraph. One should present the rationale of the research. Second is the tone. One should consider the approach to use to convey the paragraph subject. Every writer has his own writing style or writing approach. However, it is better to choose for tone that will make your paper easy to understand. And the third element is audience. You should consider the individual or group whom you intend to address. Consider the group of individuals who will read your paper. Be creative to make your paper interesting to the clients and other readers. In writing a paragraph, you should also consider using plain and simple language, as well as short words and brief sentences. Use simple words that everyone can understand. Sometimes, one of the reasons why readers don't like to finish reading your research is because of the kind of words the writer is using, which are hardly to understand. To present well your ideas, arrange sentences in logical order. You can do this connecting related ideas through appropriate transition words. Examples are and, in addition to, furthermore, moreover, besides, than, to, also, and other transition words. Please remember also that when using an acronym, indicate what the letters stand for at the first occurrence in your action research proposal. For example, the office crafted its second Division Education Development Plan, or DEDP. The DEDP is described as the main vehicle of achieving the goals of the division office. As you observed, the DEDP was spelled out in its first occurrence, while the writer just used the acronym DEDP in the succeeding sentences. Please remember that the action research proposal is written in present or future tense. While present or future tense is used for action research proposal, Researchers must consider to make this in past tense when submitting for action research report or the full-blown action research. Remember also that the use of the first-person point of view, example is when using the word I, we, and our. Second-person point of view, example is when using the word you and yourself. And third-person point of view, example is when using the word he, him, and she in writing the action research proposal is acceptable. Again, the use of the first person, second person, and third person point of view in writing the action research proposal is acceptable. However, once you have chosen a point of view, you must use it consistently throughout a sentence or paragraph. Next is writing guidelines for in-text citation. Always remember that for single author from a book source, one should provide the author's last name, followed by a comma and the year of publication. For example, action research enables teachers to improve their classroom practices, an idea of McNiff published in 2013. As you observed, the citation is placed before the period or before the sentence ends. For this example, McNiff is the author's last name, followed by a comma and the year of publication, which is 2013. Another example, the responsibility of the master teacher as instructional leader is essential in enhancing the quality education to enabling learners perform competently in schools, an idea of Cepeda published in 2003. For this example, Cepeda is the author's last name, followed by a comma and the year of publication, which is 2003. In in-text citation for two authors from a book source, one should remember to use an ampersand before the second author's last name, followed by a comma and the year of publication. For example, as observed, an action research is meant to address the needs of learners in a particular setting, an idea of Her and Anderson published in 2014. For this example, Her is the first author's last name, followed by an ampersand, followed by Anderson as the second author's last name, then followed by a comma and the year of publication, which is 2014. Let's have another example. Various learning and development programs for principals have emphasized the roles and responsibilities of principals as instructional leaders, an idea of Horn and Luib published in 2010. For this example, Horn is the last name of the first author, followed by ampersand, then followed by Luib as the last name of the second author, then followed by a comma and the year of publication, which is 2010. Next to consider is when citing 3 to 5 authors from a book source. One should consider giving all the author's last name the first time the citation occurs in the document. For subsequent citations, include only the last name of the first author, followed by it al, which comes from the Latin phrase meaning and others. For example, collaboration among school administrators, teachers, students, and parents are contributory to successful educational reform, an idea of Nugent, Malik, and Hollingsworth, published in 2012. Since this is the first citation, the research proponent cited all the author's last name with ampersand prior to the last author's last name, followed by a comma and the year of publication, which is 2012. In the second citation, parents are important in implementing changes in educational practice, still an idea of Nugent, Malik, and Hollingsworth, published in 2012. Since this is the second citation, the research proponent includes the last name only of the first author, followed by the Latin phrase et al., then followed by a comma, and the year of publication, which is 2012. Let's have another example. In many improving schools, this approach is widened to include members of the local community, an idea of Gray, Morel, and Dorter, published in 2004. Since this is the first citation, the research proponent cited all the author's last names with ampersand prior to the last author's last name, followed by a comma and the year of publication, which is 2004. In the second citation, incorporation of pupils into the organizations of the school and the incorporation of their parents through supportive roles, still an idea of Gray, Morel, and Dorter, published in 2004. Since this is the second citation, the research proponent includes the last name only of the first author, followed by the Latin phrase et al., then followed by a comma and the year of publication, which is 2004. For more information regarding APA or American Psychological Association style of in-text citation, you can refer to this link, which reflects the latest version of the APA publication manual. Example is the APA 7th edition, released in October 2019 as the equivalent resource for the older APA 6th edition. Next are the guidelines in listing references. All sources cited in your paper should appear in the references section of the proposal. Aside from the in-text citation, reference list is very important to consider when writing a research of any form of information, for it serves as a way of saying that a writer is not stealing one's idea. Instead, a writer is acknowledging the original source of it. Thus, this information will not be detected or be considered as plagiarized. Observe the APA style in doing this. Consider the following guidelines in preparing the entries for the reference list. Number 1. Reference entries should include the following information. First, name of the author or name of the authors. Second, year of publication, and where applicable, the exact date of publication. Third, full title of the source. Fourth, the book references, cite the city of publication. Fifth, name of the periodical or book in which the article or essay appears. Sixth, volume number, issue number, and pages if ideas were taken from magazine and journal articles. And lastly is the Uniform Resource Locator or URL where the material is located if ideas were taken from online reference materials. Number 2, entries must be arranged alphabetically by the last name of the first author. However, works by same authors are arranged in order of year of publication with the earliest one first. For example, if you have 4 references, namely Abalorio 2013, Humawan 2015, Intung 2017, and Abalorio 2018, the first thing to do is to arrange these references by the last name of the first author in alphabetical order. So if you will arrange the 4 references, you will have Abalorio, Intong, then Humawan. Since you have 2 references with the same author, namely Abalorio 2013 and Abalorio 2018, you have to arrange these references in order of year of publication, with the earliest one first. This will give you Abalorio 2018, followed by Abalorio 2013, followed by Intong 2017, then followed by Humawan 2015. Next is number 3 guidelines in listing references. Use hanging indentation for each entry where the first line should be left aligned, while any line that follows is indented 5 spaces. For listing references from book source, one should include the name of the authors, date of publication, title of the book, location of publication, and the publisher where the book was published. For example, Burns A. 1999, Collaborative Action Research for English Language Teachers, Cambridge, England, Cambridge University Press. In this reference, Burns A is the name of the author. The book was published in 1999 with the title Collaborative Action Research for English Language Teachers. The book was published in Cambridge, England at Cambridge University Press. Another example is SIGB C 2002, Educational Supervision Administration for Colleges and Universities, or Tony Benn Publishers. For this reference, Isigbisi is the name of the author. The book was published in 2002 with the title Educational Supervision Administration for Colleges and Universities. The book was published in Uweri at Tony Benn Publishers. Here are the guidelines in listing references from journal articles retrieved from the internet. One should remember to include the name of the author, date of publication, title of the article, journal title and electronic version, volume number, and the page numbers. For example, Buchman L. 2001, Using Student Interviews to Guide Classroom Instruction, Teaching Children Mathematics, 8, 222 to 227. For this reference, Buchman L. is the name of the author. The article was published in 2001 with the title Using Student Interviews to Guide Classroom Instruction, while Teaching Children Mathematics is the journal title in electronic version. 8 indicates the volume number, while 222 to 227 are the page numbers where you can read the article. Let's have another example. Martinez O. 2017, Roles and Responsibilities of Master Teachers in the Philippines, Education for Everyone, 14, 216 to 221. For this reference, Martinez O. is the name of the author. The article was published in 2017 with the title Roles and Responsibilities of Master Teachers in the Philippines, while Education for Everyone is the journal title in electronic version. 14 indicates the volume number, while 216 to 221 are the page number where you can read the article. For more information regarding APA style of citing various references, you can refer to this link, which reflects the latest version of the APA publication manual. Example is the APA 7th edition, released in October 2019 as the equivalent resource for the older APA 6th edition. Before we proceed to the next part of the presentation, which is the formatting guidelines, let us have first the second workshop. Given the information in your screen, I will give you 5 minutes to make reference list, and your 5 minutes starts now. Good luck, teachers. Congratulations for a job well done. Now let's check your answers. For item number 1, given the information, you can list the reference as follow. Joan M. 2019, A Road to a Successful Research Paper Implementation, Makati City, Philippines, Marquee Press. In this reference, Joan M. is the author of the book where the information was taken. The book was published in 2019 with the title A Road to a Successful Research Paper Implementation. The book was published in Makati City, Philippines at Marquee Press. Now let us check your answer for item number 2. For item number 2, given the information, you can list the reference as follow. Caprion L. 2019, That Thing Called Tadhana, Love is in the Air. Lanao del Norte, Philippines, The Writer Press. In this reference, Caprion L. is the author of the book where the information was taken. The book was published in 2016 with a title That Thing Called Tadhana, Love is in the Air. The book was published in Lanao del Norte, Philippines at the Writer Press. I hope everyone got the correct way of listing the reference. Now, let us check your answer for item number 3. For item number 3, given the information, you can list the reference as follow. Gumabat M. 2018, Department of Education, Minimum Health Standards, Philippine Health Protocols, 18, 197 to 213. In this reference, Gumabat M. is the author of the article where the information was taken. The article was published on 2018 with the title Department of Education Minimum Health Standards. The article was published in the journal Philippine Health Protocols, which can be read in Volume 8, pages 197 to 213. I hope everyone got the correct way of listing the reference. Now let's proceed to the formatting guidelines. After knowing the guidelines in writing paragraphs, in text citation, and listing of references, formatting guidelines will help you to have more presentable action research proposal. The following are the formatting guidelines. Number 1, the recommended font style is Times New Roman with 12-point font size. Again, the recommended font style is Times New Roman with 12-point font size. Typeface must be regular and consistent throughout the entire paper to facilitate reading. Bold and italics may be used by the research proponents to emphasize words. Number 2, observe the use of double line spacing. However, use only one space between words after every comma, semicolon, or colon. Leave 2 spaces at the end of every sentence before beginning a new one. Number 3, the first line of each paragraph and subheading should be indented 1/2 inch or 0.5 inch. Number 4, the most commonly used paper size of research proposal is A4 with a size of 8.27 inches by 11.69 inches. Number 5, observe 1-inch margins on all sides. 1-inch margin on the top side, 1-inch margin on the left side, 1-inch margin on the bottom side, and 1-inch margin on the right side. Number 6, check the entire document for misspellings, typographical errors, grammatical errors, and many more, or have someone else to do it. As an alternative, you may use the built-in features of a word processor. For example, in Microsoft Word, click Review on the menu bar, then select Spelling and Grammar. You can also use available online checker for grammar and spelling, which can can be used for free. Number 7, set the section heading references in all capital letters and centered at the top of the page. And number 8, have double space from the heading to the first line of the text. Now that you have learned the different writing guidelines, the following are practical tips to help you action researchers move from planning to writing the action research proposal. First, work in a well-lighted and conducive place. This will give you more opportunities to think well. With a conducive place, one can focus on his or her works. Thus, there is a big chances of achieving the best output at the end of each task. This is also applicable in writing each part of your action research proposal. Second, try to write at least one paragraph or section each day. Before you know it, you already have written the whole proposal as scheduled or even ahead of it. Considering the various duties and responsibilities of the teachers, time management, research enthusiasm, and dedication are key components of completing your research paper. Third, write, write, and write. After reading different references, don't forget to jot down all the significant information that are related to your paper and will support your proposed concept. However, remember that it is better to write more than less. Fourth, research is disciplined inquiry. As I said a while ago, make sure to have an index card or notebook with you all the time to scribble some notes, words or phrases that you find essential in your writing. Fifth, collect different sources and organize them by topics or by themes for easy reference. The more references, the more information that will support your claim. Sixth, review what you have written after you have completed a part or section. Get feedback. Find a writing buddy to give good and thoughtful suggestions. In other words, look for someone or colleagues who can give you constructive criticism and who can offer you suggestions and recommendations to enhance your proposal. Seventh, forget other papers or research that you have or want to write as you work on your proposal to be able to keep your focus. Just what Bob Parsons said, that no matter how difficult your situation is, you can get through it if you don't look too far into the future and focus only on the present moment. You can get through anything one day at a time. Always remember that the future comes one day at a time. Eighth, have fun as you work on your proposal and try to write from the heart. If you don't do what you love, you will never love what you do. And if you don't love whatever you do, you are likely to be worried anytime a duty is assigned to you concerning that. Those are the guidelines in writing a paragraph, in text citation, listing the references, and the formatting guidelines. The next question perhaps that will strike your mind is who will undertake research? Based on Division Memorandum Number 323, Series of 2020, all personnel, both teaching and non-teaching, are encouraged to undertake research which is anchored on the 4 themes, namely teaching and learning processes, child protection, human resource development, and governance. All can also conduct research on cross-cut themes such as disaster risk reduction and management, or DRRM, gender and development, health education, and inclusive education. Master teachers, head teachers, school heads and principals, education program supervisors, education program specialists, and section heads are mandated to conduct at least one action research in every school year. Teachers are encouraged to conduct group research. However, school heads, education program supervisors, education program specialists, and section heads are directed to conduct individual research. To ensure that this mandate is followed, the yearly conduct of research must be integrated in their IPCRF or OPCRF. If everyone is encouraged and or mandated to make an action research based on Division Memorandum number 323, series of 2020, the next question perhaps is about the guidelines in the submission of action research proposal. Teaching and non-teaching personnel who has the intention to conduct an action research shall submit a letter of intent to the school's division superintendent or SDS. The action research proposal shall be attached to the letter of intent for evaluation by the school's division research committee or SDRC. All researches must follow the unified activities on the conduct of research, which start with a call for research proposals. In other words, we will only receive research proposal during the specified submission schedules, which will be announced through a memorandum. After the submission of the proposed action research to the division office, all researches will undergo the process and be approved by the school's division research committee or SDRC. Otherwise, it will not be credited during promotion nor be used as basis for performance rating. Research proponents will be invited for a research proposal presentation to receive suggestions and technical assistance from the school's division research committee or SDRC. The approved paper must be signed by at least 2 members of the SDRC or their alternates, division research coordinator, and school's division superintendent or assistant schools division superintendent. The division of Lanao del Norte continues to promote and strengthen the culture of research in basic education. Hence, everyone is incited at promoting evidence-based decision-making that will fill in critical knowledge gaps and respond to pressing concerns faced by the educators in this division. I will end my presentation with this quote by Albert St. Georgi, and I quote, "Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought." As defined by the Department of Education, action research is a process of systematic and reflective inquiry to improve educational practices or resolve problems in the classroom or in the school. It is a process of seeking solutions to classroom or school problems which will result to the enhancement of classroom and school practices. Thank you for listening. May this presentation and this virtual training on action research encourage you to start writing your own action research proposal for our learners and for the Department of Education. God bless everyone.